Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
Coaching records continue to fall, this time on the ice, and some good news when it comes to the number of registered officials. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. No one has coached more Michigan high school hockey teams to victory than Doug Toller. The head coach of the Genesee Generals won his 630th game during the winter break, topping the previous high of 629 set by Trenton's Mike Turner. Toller started his career in 1979 at Flint Northern. He then coached at Grand Blanc for 10 years before moving to Davison in 1992. Davison is the primary school of a four-school co-op named the Genesee Generals. Flushing, Goodrich, and Swartz Creek are the other schools.
I'm probably the most fortunate hockey coach in the world to have had so many great young men. It's really all about them. They've just put me in a position, I guess, to be here and reap the benefit, but I have to give them a lot of credit for everything that they've done. I love being on the ice and working with the kids and trying to get them to kind of understand the game a little bit better and become better players. And it's also about being better people too, you know, having respect and all the life lessons that go with it.
That was Toller speaking with Miriam Bingham of ABC 12 Sports after the record-breaking victory. Genesee will have another 10 games in the regular season to add to Toller's win total before starting regional play in late February. To see all of the MHSAA's ice hockey records, individual, team, coaching, and playoff, be sure to check out MHSAA.com and click on Ice Hockey. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Arthur Hill Jr. wrestler Michael Baldwin. He captured the Saginaw County Wrestling Invitational title at 165 pounds, the last county wrestling title for Arthur Hill before they merge with Saginaw High next school year. Hancock senior hockey player Sam Roberts, he tallied the winner in a 3-2 victory over the Capital City Capitals. It was Roberts' second goal of the year. And the Monroe St. Mary Catholic Central wrestler Mary Alice Lynch. She recorded her 100th win on the mat with a victory in the SMCC Girls Wrestling Tournament.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, you know, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with the MHSAA's Director of Officiating Services, Sam Davis.
If a basketball team has a good post player, you'll usually hear the opposing crowd call for 3 seconds. But what is 3 seconds, and when should it be called? A 3-second violation occurs when a player is in the lane for more than 3 seconds, but it's not always that easy. First, a player can leave the lane and then reestablish position, resetting the 3-second clock. To establish position outside the lane, the player must have both feet on the playing surface outside of the lane. It won't reset the count if one foot is outside the lane and the other foot is in the air. Also, during a throw-in or while dribbling, attempting a shot, or rebounding, there is no 3-second count. The count does not start again until the offense has control of the ball in the front court.
Thanks, Sam. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, go to the MHSAA website now to register. Sticking with officiating, for the third year in a row, the number of registered officials in Michigan is up, slightly. And while any increase is good news, it still comes after 9 straight years of decline. So while the recent trend is encouraging, there's still a ways to go as a lack of officials puts extra strain on current officials. To help recruit and retain officials, the MHSAA has provided membership in the National Association of Sports Officials. Membership gives officials expanded insurance coverages, access to professional services and development, and a subscription to an MHSAA-focused referee magazine. But there's still a need for more. If you're interested, go to MHSAA.com and click on Officials for more information. Because without officials, it's just practice. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
With their intensity, what a move by Wade to the corner, to Young, another one! DeBoer regathers, takes it to the front of the net, and skies one behind Louiselle, and scores! 2-1 Grandville. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Breslin Center and game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here. Bob's Ragnaris drives, jams thunderously with two hands again. Cam Ragnaris, he's got 10. Bobo skips the right corner to Watson, catch and shoot three. Splash! Muskegon has taken the lead, 47-46. Justin Watson, another triple. He has 9, 138 in the third, and a big red lead. By Baker, they'll fling it to Steffen. Aldering to the basket. Merritt Aldering cocks it back, jams it. Timeout, Covenant Christian. And hello everyone, and welcome to game night, and welcome to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer with you here tonight on MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. I'll be joined by Chandler Timmer a little bit later on this evening, Tuesday night. Doubleheader in the OK Red, back on the air this evening, and back on the air for the Grandville Bulldogs off a pair of victories for the Dogs on Friday night. Picked up their first sweep of doubleheader of the season, as both programs were able to pick up big wins at the varsity level over Caledonia to get back in the win column for both. The girls will open us up tonight in about 20-30 minutes time. Still a quarter left in the boys JV contest first before we get to that. But Grand Haven in town tonight, and the girls contest starts with a real test for Coach Van Hecken and his Bulldog ladies. They're 2-7 on the year, and they certainly, as I mentioned, are going to have one heck of a test, as it's 10-1 Grand Haven for Coach Kowalczyk. Formerly, they've been one of the best teams in the state, especially defensively. We'll get into some of those stats and stuff in just a minute as well. They have been absolutely elite defensively. Just the one loss on the year to Rockford so far. So they certainly have been rolling to start this season. Grandville girls going to look to pull a bit of an upset and get themselves rolling as they work their way now down the stretch run, or close to the stretch run, and heading towards the second half of the OK Red season. A lot to get to here tonight on our Centennial Securities pregame show, so don't go anywhere. We are going to step aside and be right back here from Vanderslice Gymnasium and get you a little bit closer to the action and start breaking some things down and what we can expect. And this one is Grandville, Grand Haven on the girls.
Was founded based on the belief that the interests of our clients must always come first.
We listen and understand your objectives before making a recommendation.
We customize the portfolio of investments to fit your goals.
It is our commitment to provide a strong line of communication.
Our services include family wealth management, saving for retirement, and estate planning and trust services.
Getting started is as easy as picking up the phone. After all, when everything is said and done, isn't it about time?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats? Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Bullhouse rips it out. Here we go. Miles Steffen to run the first attack here. And a couple of points on that possession. Doesn't get it. Physical game early. Slow down, the game gets slopped up, and it winds up being an all-time classic. I expect nothing short of that tonight again.
Yeah, I think so.
Neves, corner, got one. And a timeout from Coach Vanderslice Gymnasium. Centennial Security's pregame show. Let's take a look. Best thing to say about it, really fun contest. Bulldogs will get it out of the break right here with 53 seconds to go. Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the end. Going by DeYoung of the Bulldogs. DeYoung for Regneris, free throw line. Turns the back, left wing, Wade, triple try, splash! What a couple of moments and possessions for the Bulldog freshman. Timeout from Coach Riddell. Unbelievable. Here for Reynolds, second free throw, the right hand overhead motion is good for Caden Neves. Really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. Wing Sorokin bounding in the lane, left corner DeYoung, all alone, triple, splash, right down the hatch, absolutely pure for Jackson DeYoung, Grandville by 9. It is good for Caden Neves, really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. We'll go to highlights to start in the first half with the Neves dump and a couple more that we'll follow that up with. He's all alone, drives the basket, jams it, and one! He's fouled through the dunk. Caden Neves finishing strong with the right hand, has a chance for one more.
You can feel confident.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey, and welcome back, everyone. Granville, welcome back to the Centennial Securities pregame show here on MGN. Nate Dreyer with you. Will be joined a little bit later on this evening for the boys contest by Chandler Timmer. Tuesday night doubleheader here in the OK Red. Granville and Grand Haven wrapping up the JV contest here first on the boys' side before we get to the girls' contest tonight. And let's open up things by looking at a little bit of the state of the OK Red, which certainly is arguably, if not even inarguably, the best girls basketball conference in the state of Michigan. And Friday night, we finally got a little bit of an answer in terms of the front runners and where things are going. It was an unbeaten within conference, just a one-loss East Kenwood team, unbeaten Rockford team. The Rockford girls, of course, the reigning state champions, had a 33-game win streak going into Friday night, but it was East Kenwood that came out on top and defended their home floor in that one. So at 4-0, they have Caledonia tonight. The Kentwood girls now the top spot in the tough OK Red. Rockford Falls, and then it's Grand Haven, who we're going to see tonight. Just their one loss in 11 games on the season for them, and it came to Rockford in conference play. So the Bucks under Coach Kowalczyk Fulmer certainly have been absolutely rolling as they brought back 4 of their 5 in the starting lineup from a year ago. Really, really talented young pieces as well that joined that existing core for Grand Haven, a team that certainly has got district championship and beyond in their sights. And you never know as we get into the conference seasons. We've now seen Rockford already fall once, and things might get a little bit more potentially open to be shaken up. Look at the rest, of course. West Ottawa, top 10 team, really 4 top 10 teams in the state have been within the OK Red this year. Hudsonville, a recent state champion, and you see down the list, Grandville in 8th, but they did pick up their first win of the season in OK Red play in a really impressive performance Friday night, holding Caledonia just 21, and of course, very notably within that as well, they held the Scott ladies to just 3 in the first half of that game. So I think it was definitely one of the first main points of emphasis for Coach Van Heck and the style he wants to play. I think the defensive mindset and defensive approach that this Grandville team is going to have on the girls' side going forward, I think we certainly got a chance to see quite a bit of how exactly I think that's going to line up going forward for where this program's going to go. And a good win, first OK Red win of the year. Now it's kind of upset hunting and looking to see what you can do to build some momentum tonight, though. As I mentioned, going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult. You take a look at kind of some of the baseline stats in this contest to really help tell the full story. Like I said, Grand Haven, 10-1 on the year for Coach Kowalczyk Fulmer, who's longtime coach and among the best coaches that you're going to find in the area. This is a Grand Haven team that only has allowed 40 points in 3 games this year. That was wins over Hudsonville and West Ottawa, and then their loss to Rockford. The only 3 times in 11 contests they have allowed more than 40 points this season. Their opponent points per game, 28.6. They allow on average less than 30 per game, and they've certainly had some games that they've held opponents even into single digits at the end of contests, and they score nearly 54 points per game as well. So they are at a slow pace but an efficient pace on the offensive end and the defensive end of the floor. Grandville scoring less than 40 on the season, 38.8 now. The opponent's points per game down just a tick under 53 points per game now on the season after, again, that 31-26 win over Caledonia for the Bulldogs to get in the win column and get to 2-7 on the year, which was a really, I think, needed win certainly for this program. Able to do so in the OK Red, always tough. You do not have any nights off whatsoever within the Red. Already mentioned the incredible top heaviness of this conference, but that doesn't even tell the full story when you look at some of the depth as well. And there are some really, really good teams. I mean, going back to the standings, Hudsonville was the 2021 state champion, and they, of course, have got the same coaching staff and even some pieces from the last couple years' teams. A team that won nearly 10 straight district championships until that streak was finally snapped last year. They currently find themselves sitting 5th in the OK Red on the girls' side. So it is it's the bloodbath as it always is in the OK Red. Seeing that tonight, and the Grandville girls off their first win of the year in the OK Red certainly are going to be met with a little bit of difficulty coming up tonight as they've got a very, very good Grand Haven team on deck. 2:47 remaining in the boys JV contest. We'll get warm-ups out after that, so probably still about a half hour or so away from tipping off this evening on game night. As always, make sure you follow along at MI Game Night across social media on Twitter, X, Instagram, Facebook, as well. Many of you may be watching through, some of you may be watching through our YouTube page as well. You can find that also at MI Game Night, youtube.com/@MIGameNight, the easiest way to find it. Live streams and, of course, other videos like our tailgate report and so forth during football season all can be found there. So make sure you check that out. Kind of a light night on Michigan Sports Radio. Just a couple of games. We're here, the Catholic Central team in action, but a very busy night Friday, including Grandville back in action. They go to Hudsonville. Ron Cox and our Hudsonville broadcast team will have that coverage. Actually worked out because I personally will be out of town. So no broadcast at all for MGN, but you still can catch the Bulldogs on Michigan Sports Radio. Ron Cox with the coverage. But no MSR broadcast. We'll be back at it next week. We'll have some radio broadcasts coming up, some fun things to look at next week based on what the schedule is, and make sure you keep an eye out to @MI Game Night on social media for exactly what that is. Now, there's obviously the 2K24 showcase next weekend, a couple other schedule things that we are all looking to get solidified at the moment. All right, let's take one more break here on the Centennial Securities pregame show. When we come back, we'll dig into things a little bit more, look at some of the leaders for each of these two girls' squads as we get a little bit closer to kickoff, or tip-off, I should say, in a grand doubleheader, Grand Haven and Grandville from Vanderslice Gymnasium. We'll be right back.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder.
Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
MGN, here's the drive. I am Chandler 2.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dryer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
We're just one, yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dryer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dryer. Michigan Game Night, Tailgate Report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Grandville, Wyoming. I think 6:30. We're on the air for that. Goodbye.
You like cartoons? This has our logo on the front, on the back. The Bulldogs, the biggest games, the best teams. That's our tagline because we do all of that, even though it makes some people mad.
So I'm glad to see that after Tuckus came and went, that. Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
That things are still on track there. God. Jennison. Things that stand out. Davison is going to kick everyone's. Bleep that. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. And he has returned. He's still on the beach. We've been bugging him about it all week long, but Chandler Timmer joins me here on the Bates Agency pregame show. CT, you seem to be doing better than the rest of us.
Yeah, I know it's pretty nice down here. I kind of like covering basketball this way.
I'm sure you do.
Looking to this moving forward.
I can't blame you one bit. All right.
Let's talk a little bit more about Forest Hill Central because when you... Waylon Haney just hit a half-court buzzer beater to win the game. At the buzzer, the JV game. Grandville wins 55-52.
Rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest is break me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time. Season. And we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz Orthodontics smile of the game. Grown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back. Do you have any comments on the Trolls?
No. I mean, I'm with you.
You're friends with the Trolls? You are a troll?
Well, I have troll tendencies potentially when it comes to egging you on, I guess. But
your flight's at 5, or your?
Yeah, the flight out of Panama City is like at 5, and we don't get home till like midnight. So
that sucks. So you're actually, that was a lie. You're not going to be tuning in.
Yeah, no, if I'm at the airport at that time, I will be, but I'm likely missing most of it.
Okay.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to Music Jams Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back to Grandville, everyone. Nate Dreyer, Centennial Securities pregame show. Doubleheader tonight, Grand Haven in Granville. A little behind schedule and getting a bit more behind schedule as well. Good one in the JV contest, 51-49. The Grand Haven JV boys leading this one at the moment as we're working our way to the start of our coverage with, again, the varsity doubleheader contest like we're seeing this year within the OK Red. Been fun to be able to keep up with that throughout the season and watch as we're getting to see both the boys and the girls contest throughout all nights of our coverage, both on Tuesday as well on the traditional Friday night doubleheaders. Again, Nate Dreyer with it. Chandler Timmer will join me a little bit later on in this evening when we get closer towards the boys contest, or if we get delayed long enough, he might just be here for the start of the girls contest if we get overtime. Or an overtime or two in the boys JV game. Again, 2-7 Grandville under first-year head coach Mike Van Hecken picked up their first win in OK Red play Friday night against Caledonia, 36-21. An impressive defensive performance, and of course that impressive defensive performance was led in the Bulldog ladies allowing just 3 points and 1 field goal in that first half. In Grand Haven coming in at 10-1 on the year, talking about impressive defense, a team that allows less than 30 points per game on the season for longtime head coach Katie Kowalczyk-Fulmer, who has led this team through the district round and beyond several times. A program that has seen the Breslin Center as well in the last 10-11 years or so, and certainly this year they've got some really high hopes. 4 starters from last year's team as Garrett Naraki ties the ball game for the Grandville boys with 4.5 seconds. And just like that, the JV contest, unless we get a last-second shot from the Buccaneers, seems destined to go to overtime, and we seem destined to extend our already extended Centennial Securities pregame show. So 4.5. Good finish from Garrett Naraki, able to knot it up again, 51-51. We've seen this all year long. We've been calling the Grandville JV boys just the cardiac kids time and time again, because they just time and time again have continuously found a way to win tight games at the very end, or play in tight games regardless. And certainly they've got to look at one more of those potential games right here. Naraki ties the game with under 5 seconds to go, and Grand Haven will have one last chance up the floor out of the timeout to see if they're going to be able to pick up the JV win in this one. But I was mentioning Grand Haven. You look at this team, they essentially have been able to return 4 of 5 starters last year. The first main point is their senior Abby Klumpill, who was out last season with a knee injury. She's back, really kind of their two-way point guard and leader. She's back this year, able to, technically a returner, was up as a sophomore, but coming back from that injury. But then Jillian Sorrell, the junior, can play on and off ball as a guard. Emerson Burnt was their leading scorer a year ago. Maddie Schopp can come back, and she can certainly score the basketball very well as well. But then the X factor there is Mallory Wojtaszek. They're 6'3" freshman. Comes in, we saw her older sister in the past for this team, but she comes in at 6'3" as a freshman and certainly will bring a ton of ability to the table. By the way, Grand Haven just threw the basketball away on their chance down the floor. The clock has run out, and we will have an overtime period on its way up. So quick 1 minute before we get going, but an overtime period coming up in the JV contest. We're going to step aside again, be right back here on the Centennial Securities pregame show. Still a bit more delayed. We've got overtime, and then we've got the 20-minute warm-up to follow. Then we'll get the girls' game. We'll get our doubleheader coverage started off here tonight.
Was founded based on the belief that the interests of our clients must always come first.
We listen and understand your objectives before making a recommendation.
We customize the portfolio of investments to fit your goals.
It is our commitment to provide a strong line of communication.
Our services include family wealth management, saving for retirement, and estate planning and trust services.
Getting started is as easy as picking up the phone. After all, when everything is said and done, isn't it about time?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats? Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Bullhouse rips it out. Here we go. Miles Steffen to run the first attack here. And a couple of points on that possession. Doesn't get it. Physical game early. Slow down. The game gets slopped up. And it winds up being an all-time classic. I expect nothing short of that tonight again.
Yeah, I think so.
Neves, corner, got one. And a timeout from Vanderslice Gymnasium. Centennial Securities pregame show. Let's take a look. Best thing to say about it, really fun contest. Bulldogs will get it out of the break right here with 53 seconds to go. Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the end. Going by DeYoung of the Bulldogs. DeYoung for Reagan Neris, free throw line. Turns the back, left wing, Wade, triple try, splash! What a couple of moments and possessions for the Bulldog freshman. Timeout from Coach Riddell. Unbelievable. Here for Reynolds, second free throw, the right hand overhead motion is good for Caden Neves. Really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. Wing Sorokin bounding in the lane, left corner DeYoung, all alone, triple, splash, right down the hatch, absolutely pure for Jackson DeYoung, Grandville by 9. It is good for Caden Neves, really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. We'll go to highlights to start in the first half with the Neves dunk and a couple more that we'll follow that up with. All alone, drives the basket, jams it, and one! He's fouled through the dunk. Caden Neves finishing strong with the right hand, has a chance for one more.
You can feel confident.
We are Centennial Securities.
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Nate Dreyer with you here. Game night on Michigan Sports Radio. JV contest 53-52 Grand Haven. Miss on the reverse layup from Garrett Naraki, and the final minute and a half down. We'll just cover it for you right here. The Grand Haven boys looking to hang on for the JV win in this one. And a foul up top on the defense from Eli Schultz, the Bulldogs sophomore, and that'll send the Bucks to the line. Harper Huntington, their sophomore guard, will be making his way. Freshman guard, let's try it again, will be make his way to the line. The lefty unable to hit the first, remains 53-51. Grand Haven JV squad. Bulldogs make a substitution, so they're going defense for offense, and the Bulldogs bring Evan Wyman onto the floor. 3-point lead for Grand Haven, 54-51. Buccaneer JV team in overtime here against Grandville on game night. A little bit of bonus coverage of the JV contest this evening. Wyman off the handoff that initially came from Richardson, driving hard to the rack. Garrett Naraki unable to get the finish, and the Bucks take it back with a minute 10 and less than a 3-point 54-51 advantage. Corner drive, and getting fouled up is Maddox Krugler. Wyman draws the foul call, and Krugler will go to the line with that 3-point advantage and a chance to put the Buccaneers up 2 here with a minute 04 in overtime. Again, boys JV contest, girls game coming up immediately after that as we'll get warm-ups underway. Krugler unable to hit the first. Buccaneer JV team head coach John Duncan, the assistant is Cam Hewitt. The Bulldogs are coached by Sam Meads, and former Bulldog on the hardwood Landon Regneris, an older brother of Cam, is on their bench. Off the miss, Grandville takes it with a minute 1, and the Bulldog JV team able to get a little bit more life out of it. Here's Richardson. Terrific sophomore, I think certainly going to be a big part of the future for Coach Desmond Young and his team. See that out of Garrett Naraki as well, who we saw such great work out of him as a sophomore up for Coach Stiegel's team at linebacker this fall, trying to drive inside. Ben Mao was able to save it out, work to Richardson. Richardson, top of the key to tie it, off the mark. Bulldogs working a little short-handed. Brecken Mann was in foul trouble. I believe he fouled out as well because of that. Richardson in the full court getting the steal and getting the contact. Anthony Richardson, the sophomore guard to the line for the Bulldogs JV. 25.8 on the clock, 3-point lead for Grand Haven. So importantly, he can at least extend the ball game right here by making 1 or 2 of them and getting it cut back down into a 1-score game, regardless what Grand Haven does on the other end of the floor. Richardson rattles down the first, 54-52 ball game. Again, doubleheader, make it triple header now, but doubleheader coverage coming up in just a bit. If you're just tuning in here to game night, girls game up a little bit later. JV boys game goes to overtime. Anthony Richardson clutch, able to hit them both. It's a 1-point 54-53 game. And maybe we're looking at double overtime with how this one wraps up, but we'll have that game on in a few moments. First, we'll get you coverage here as we'll go a little bit of bonus coverage on our Centennial Securities pregame show. Good work from Anthony Richardson. Defense into offense, drew the contact and clutch at the line, gets it crucially back down to a 1-score game here. Coach Sam Mead's drawing it up right now for the Bulldogs at their bench defensively. Looking at how they're going to try to attack this. 25.8 on the clock. Buccaneers have had the advantage throughout the bulk of the JV overtime period, but a couple of chances at the line to close things out. Unable to do so on that last sequence, and now they'll take it back over with just a 1-point advantage. Maddox Krugler, who we just saw at the line, will throw it in here. Bulldogs some man-to-man, full court pressure, down 1. Krugler gets it back. Trapped, finds Portinga. Over half, hounding defense from the Bulldogs. 15 seconds, nearly thrown away. And they'll have to foul as Eli Schultz does the honor. 11.9 on the clock. Bucks back to the line here with Harper Huntington, and that has fouled Schultz out of the ball game. Evan Wyman will come in his stead. 11 seconds on the clock. Overtime. Huntington, lefty freshman, able to hit the first. Back to a 2-score game. Let's see if the Bulldogs will be hunting threes or not. Daniel Wiley, who we saw another guy in the fall for the young Grandville team on the gridiron. Starting up front, in particular on the offensive side of the ball with some great play, but great plays he made defensively as well. That one rattles out for Huntington. The Bulldogs down 10 will sprint it up. Or down 2 with 10 will sprint it up. Timeout called by Coach Meads. They'll get a chance to set it up right here. The Bulldogs with foul trouble, increasingly shorthanded down the stretch in the ball game. Anthony Richardson made the big play to bring the Bulldogs back within a score a few moments ago. They remain down a score, and they remain down 2 with 7 seconds. Let's see what they try to draw up. Garrett Naraki hit the big shot at the end of overtime, or at the end of regulation, to ultimately send us to overtime. Braylon Haney, another member of the Bulldog football team as a sophomore. We, of course, know his exploits earlier in the year if you tuned in to game night when he hit the three-quarter court game winner when we were on the air, and we just simply had coverage of Chandler and myself up here in the booth for that, as we were able to have our reaction for that. So we'll break it out. 7 seconds to go. JV game here. Nate Dreyer with you as we're wrapping things up from this contest before we'll move on to the girls' game and the boys' game to fall with our doubleheader between Grandville and Grand Haven. But a chance to watch some overtime basketball, and that's exactly what we're doing right here. 7.1 on the clock. Bulldogs down 2. Boys junior varsity contest. A little behind schedule, but a good reason to be behind schedule. Some extra good basketball bonus coverage here as part of our Centennial Securities pregame show. Garrett Naraki to throw in for the Bulldogs. Got it to Richardson. Back to Naraki with 4. Naraki feeding Haney. Corner for the win. Off the mark. Unable to recreate some of his magic from earlier on in the season, and Grand Haven will hang on for a overtime win. And our JV contest to open up the night here on MGN. Girls will find their way on the floor. We'll get some warm-ups underway. We'll get you some more info along the way as well as we get a little bit closer to tip-off. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on game night in the Centennial Security.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
MGN, who is the driver. I am Chandler 2.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dryer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
We're just one, yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dryer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dryer. Michigan game night, tailgate report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Grandville, Wyoming. I think 6:30. We're on the air for that. Goodbye.
You like cartoons? This has our logo on the front, on the back. The Bulldogs, the biggest games, the best teams. That's our tagline because we do all of that, even though it makes some people mad.
So I'm glad to see that after Tuckus came and went, that. Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
That things are still on track there. God. Jennison. Things that stand out. Davison is going to kick everyone's. Bleep that. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. And he has returned. He's still on the beach. We've been bugging him about it all week long, but Chandler Timmer joins me here on the Bates Agency pregame show. CT, you seem to be doing better than the rest of us.
Yeah, I know it's pretty nice down here. I kind of like covering basketball this way.
I'm sure you do.
Continue looking at this moving forward.
I can't blame you one bit. All right.
Let's talk a little bit more about Forest Hill Central because when you... Waylon Haney just hit a half-court buzzer beater to win the game. At the buzzer, the JV game. Grandville wins 55-52.
Yeah, rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on game night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest is break me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time. Season. And we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz Orthodontics smile of the game. Grown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back. Do you have any comments on the Trolls?
No. I mean, I'm with you.
You're friends with the Trolls? You are a troll?
Well, I have troll tendencies potentially when it comes to egging you on, I guess. But
your flight's at 5, or your?
Yeah, the flight out of Panama City is like at 5, and we don't get home till like midnight. So
that sucks. So you're actually, that was a lie. You're not going to be tuning in.
Yeah, no. If I'm at the airport at that time, I will be. But I'm likely missing most of it.
Okay.
We are Centennial Securities,
An independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to MHSAA Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back, everyone. Nate Dreyer with you. Centennial Security's pregame show warm-ups well underway now for the girls' contest as we open up our double-header evening. A little bit delayed after the boys' JV contest went to overtime. Grand Haven JV boys winning that one as we're getting ready for this one. 2-7, the Grandville girls, and 10-1, the Grand Haven girls, who have been top-ranked team throughout the bulk of this season. Top 20, top 10 team based on where you may see them ranked. They certainly are one of the top teams in the state, and OK Red that really features 4 or 5 of the top 25 or so teams in the state of Michigan. It's defense that certainly leads the way for this Grand Haven team. For head coach Katie Kowalczyk-Fulmer, mentioned Abby Klempel, the senior, returning to the lineup after missing last year with a knee injury. She really was one of the players in the preseason that Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer talked about as someone that's going to direct a lot of things for this team and the way that they're going to do things on both ends of the floor. It's big getting her back into the mix offensively and defensively for sure. But the rest of the team with a lot of very, very capable pieces. Emerson Burnt, their returning leading scorer, 5'9" senior that certainly is a terrific defensive threat as well. Kind of a note up and down the rest of the team. Maddie Schopp, the senior wing, who's one of their best, if not their best shooter. Julian Sorrell plays on and off the ball as a junior who's been up since she was an underclassman. The Mallory Wojtaszek, not part of the mix from a year ago. A freshman at 6'3" that can really change things defensively in particular in the post, which she brings to the table. But then Addie Smith, Kendall Gillis, Eden Smith, a lot of depth to Grand Haven as well throughout this team, both ends of the floor. For Grandville, it's been Gracie Rakowski in the starting run of the season once again this year. Gracie on her way to Walsh University and has had some of her best play of the season and really of her career when you look at the opponents they've played and what she's been able to do the last couple of games. 11 points out last time against Caledonia, but in a lower scoring game, she put up the bulk of the scoring attack for the Bulldogs on and off the ball, doing a lot of things. 14 points against East Kentwood and then 17 against Rockford, against those really, really elite defenses. So Gracie's been playing really well lately for the Bulldogs, who've shifted their lineup a little bit for Coach Van Hecken. We've seen Allison Dillette coming in out of the starting lineup instead of off the bench and hitting some shots as part of that and playing both ways up and down the floor. Tessa Gregor, Mia DeVries have been stalwarts in this lineup. Emma Perez has found her way into the starting lineup, had 8 points and started against East Kentwood. Also some good offensive output in that same vein. I think it was 8 points against Caledonia starting. So Perez has been able to put up around 10 points or so just beneath it per game since she has started entering into the Grandville starting equation offensively for Coach Van Hecken. Under 12 minutes until we tip off here from Grandville this evening. We're going to step aside, be right back one more time here with our Centennial Securities pregame show and doubleheader coverage. Grandville, Grand Haven, OK Red. Doubleheader, girls, boys basketball on deck.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number one personal trait?
The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Welcome back to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer with you here this evening. Game night on Michigan Sports Radio. By the way, if you liked the coverage last Friday to our boys game that we had, the multi-cameras, courtesy of Grandville AV and the terrific student broadcast, we will have that for the boys contest later on. They're doing their broadcast. You can check out on the Grandville Athletics YouTube page, but we will have that type of coverage coming up later tonight. For the time being, we will have the Huddle Cam out and running and working on a couple different things with that as well. We'll have Huddle Cam for the girls contest this evening and be plugged into that Grandville AV terrific feed for the boys game coming up later on tonight, 8:22 until tip-off. And Nate Dreyer with you right now. I'll be joined by Chandler Timmer a little bit later on in the evening as he'll be on the call for the boys contest when he's able to get here a bit later for our conclusion of the doubleheader coverage. Interesting game in terms of the post battle in this game as well. We've talked about the defensive nature of things. We can talk a little bit more as well about the idea of some of the pace that I think we can expect to see in this game, and likely a little bit slower, more half-court style of game. But the post battle, Mia DeVries, the junior for Grandville, 6 foot. She's been really doing some terrific work for Grandville this season with some good cleanup opportunities down low off the attacking Bulldogs off the bounce, but a lot of size. Wojciech and company inside for the Buccaneers will be something to keep your eye on in terms of how Grandville's going to be able to match up in things down low. But we talk about thinking about the game and maybe is it going to be definitely a half court or definitely maybe more of a full court type of battle. We know it'll probably be a slower game. I think Grandville's use of their 1-2-2 or even some of the 2-2-1 it primarily was last Friday against Caledonia trap is a very critical part of how Grandville is going to want to go at things in this ball game. And I say that because I think the most effective things that Grandville was able to do on the defensive end of the floor in that terrific game, again, 3 points allowed at the half, 21 allowed in the ball game against Caledonia, was when they were creating havoc, when they were trapping, when they were forcing turnovers, when they were forcing the pace of the Caledonia attack to get upped beyond where they wanted it to be. You know, this is a Buccaneers team that is a very capable team, certainly, and fully able to work out a lot of different paces, and they have a very efficient offense. But if Grandville can take them out a little bit of being able to lead the way and have the exact pace and the exact style they want, I certainly think that's going to help them in what they want to do this evening. A lot more still to get to. We're going to step aside one more time here on our Centennial Securities pregame show. When we come back, we'll break things down, get you some more keys to the game, and get you that much closer to tip-off here for Grandville Grand Haven doubleheader. Girls up first.
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you've got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage. Have you recently collided with a deer or been caught in an unfortunate accident? Don't worry, Car Center Collision and Glass is your trusted partner to bring your vehicle back to life. With convenient branches in Cedar Springs, Burton Heights, Alpine, and Big Rapids, we're right around the corner to provide expert assistance. From collision repairs to mechanical fixes, we're your one-stop solution for all your car needs. Check us out at carcentermi.com.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to MHSAA Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer with you on the Centennial Securities pregame show. Thanks always to Centennial Securities and Farmers Insurance, presenting sponsors of Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. We'll have some exciting things as we work towards the end of this year, but especially into to next year with the coverage and our great long-term partnership with Farmers Insurance. We have a new agency that we'll be able to announce some details on here shortly that is kind of going to be joining us as our flagship agency, as we were able to have for years our great partnership with Scott Bates, who moved on to some kind of different other things, and certainly looking forward to announcing some of that, but always so thankful to both Centennial along with Farmers Insurance for their longtime support of Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Getting a little bit closer to the girls' game. One last look heading into the evening at the standings tonight. East Kentwood atop the heap after beating Rockford last time out. They have Caledonia tonight. The Rams are traveling to West Ottawa to take on Gabby Reynolds and company. Grand Haven sitting third. And obviously here tonight against the Bulldogs, and a look at the rest of the very tricky OK Red Conference. And, of course, the boys' side as well. We'll be able to break down some of that and look at some of that more later on. But Rockford at the top of the heap after they were able to take down East Kentwood. Hudsonville sitting in there. It's a night where I think there are relatively clear favorites in most of the games across the boys and the girls' side this evening in the OK Red. So the question is, will we see things maybe break out of what's expected and certainly throw a wrench into the conference races? All something that we'll keep an eye on. A couple little different things with our graphics package, by the way, tonight. You've seen our traditional score bug that we've been using throughout the run on the year, but also when we're doing some huddle cam coverage, the way things are covered up, we've got a little bit of a smaller look as well that we may be able to go to based on different events and different things. So a couple graphics things to keep your eyes on as well. And like we said, for the boys' game, we will have the Grandville AV feed once again with their multi-cam and their terrific setup on with us. We're going to send it on down in just a moment now to the public address, where we are going to get a national anthem. We're going to get some starters announced as well. And then we're going to get some basketball here from Vanderslice Gymnasium, because a long wait, JV contest tonight, a little delayed, over a half-hour delayed at this point in time. We're ready to go. Doubleheader, Granville and Grand Haven ready to go. Granville head football coach Eric Stiegel back on the PA tonight. Let's send it on down to the arena and send it on down for our national anthem, and then get our starters and get some basketball underway. ready to go here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. 8 minutes up on the board. Coach Van Heck and Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer have gotten their final messages in, and we are ready to go. Terrific defensive battle certainly will be a big thing of what each of these coaches are going to be trying to lean into. Typically the styles of these two teams. We'll see if Grandville can carry on their defensive momentum from their terrific performance, allowing only 21 last time out against Caledonia on their home floor for their first win of the year in the OK Red, and a team that allows less than 30 points per game. In Grand Haven, Buxton Wojciech, the 6'3 freshman, sweeps it back. Klumpville will start up the offense to the wing for Shop. Tic-tac-toe, feeding, scoring. Eden Smith on the board with her first 2 of the game off a nice passing sequence. Bucks bring the trap. Wojciech tips it away, and right away Grandville dealing with some of the pressure and some of the defensive intensity that the Buccaneers are certainly able to bring night in, night out. Gracie Rakowski will run the offense. 11 points last time out for Gracie. To let out of the corner. Tries to feed inside. Wojciech comes away with the steal. And again, Klumpville will run the offense. Pushes it down the length of the floor and able to get free and score. Jillian Sorrell, the junior, on the board for her first time of the game. Quick 4-0 start for Grand Haven. They bring the pressure once again. Richardson off a nice feed from Rakowski, able to beat it. And the Dogs will set up the offense here. Zone look defensively. Rakowski will work it over to Gregor. She'll pop the deep triple. Richardson looking to clean it up, and Grace Richardson will go to the line. First foul of the ball game. And first foul on the Bucks as we are just shy of the 1 minute mark in the first quarter. That one goes on Wojciech, the freshman center. One more here for Richardson, and she'll look to get the Bulldogs' first points of the contest on the board, and she's able to do so. It comes away with the steal, forces it over on Rakowski, and the Bulldogs look to set up their attack. Rakowski off the drive, the senior swatted and taken away by Klumpville. She'll run the offense again, pushing it on to Sorrell off the full-length pass. Sorrell to the basket. Dallett coming away with the steal and coming on the run-up. Bulldog senior Rakowski will set things up one more time for the Dog attack here. Finding DeVries, and the Bulldogs able to find their first field goal of the game as Mia DeVries off the nice feed, able to snake to the basket, get the two-handed lay-in for the Bulldogs. Grandville breaking out the pressure of their own, a 1-3-1 type look here in the half court from Coach Van Hecken. Force feed out of the corner. Shop able to find the freshman Wojciech. Dallett got a hand on there, and it'll stay with Grand Haven along the baseline. 6 minutes to go, first quarter, and a 4-3 start for the 10-1 Buccaneers. Again, two teams that lean on their defensive end of the floor for sure to make things happen night in, night out. Inbound here to the Buccaneers. Klumpville got space on the floor, was Dallett. That one off the mark. Wojciech able to tip it on to Klumpville, whose pass to the corner gets taken by Dallett, but she's unable to keep both feet in bounds. Grand Haven, another start in the front court right here. Just one foul so far on this one. Wojciech, 6'3 freshman, turns on DeVries, and the board down to Gregor as DeVries able to hold her own down in the post, and the Bulldogs with a chance to potentially take the early advantage in this one after a quick 4-0 start for Grand Haven. The Bulldogs back to work here. Gregor out of the wing. Dowd off the handoff. Sorrell sticking with her all the way out to the perimeter. Buccaneers setting up man-to-man defensively this possession for Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer. Handoff Dowd. DeVries. Rakowski looking to try to get the basketball off the cut. Richardson will reset the offense here. Corner, Rakowski. And Rakowski steps on the end line, pressured out of the corner by Eden Smith. Bucks take it once again. First 3 minutes just about gone on this one here on Game Night. Nate Dreyer with it. Chandler Timmerl join me a little bit later on this evening. Grace Richardson bringing the pressure for the Bulldogs as we're opening up our doubleheader coverage of the evening. And out of the corner, a travel as Klumpo gets trapped up, and the Bulldogs will again take over. Grandville defense carrying over right now after a couple of scores on the first 2 possessions from the Buccaneers, carrying over from their defensive play in the 21 points allowed and just 3 in the first half against Caledonia. Turned over again this time. Out of the corner trap, Shop able to feed it on to Klumpo, and the senior will run the offense on to Wojciech. Quick force pass, able to hit Eden Smith. And Smith puts Grand Haven back on the board once again. She's got 4 of the Buccaneers' early 6. They bring a 2-2-1 trap here out of the three-quarter court. DeVries back for Gregoire. And a timeout from Coach Van Hecken. He wants to set things up, and he will do so in just a moment. We're going to step aside. Be right.
We are Centennial Securities,
An independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer with you here on Game Night. Out of the break, 6-3 advantage. Grand Haven girls early. Tessa Gregoire popping the triple. Wojciech rips down the rebound. And the Buccaneers will go back and running. Klumpo feeding onto the corner to Shop. Sorrell, I should say. She takes one too many steps, shuffles the back, and the Bulldogs will take it back over. 4:13 to go. Kind of a sloppy start for either side in the early goings of this one. Here's Gregoire. Back to Rakowski. Rakowski pops the triple through the traffic from either direction. It'll go back the other way with Sorrell running the length of the floor. Sorrell feeding short corner, curling out. With this one fresh on the floor, Kendall Gillis with her first action of the ball game out of the timeout. Smith driving in. That was on the floor for the first time. Perez going down. Rakowski takes it out of there up top for DeVries. Perez with space to tie the ball game. Perez gets a second look at it. Gregoire out of the corner. Rakowski driving with the left and off the mark, off the flip. Board was tracked down by Eden Smith. And again, the Buccaneers look to set it up. 6-3, their early advantage, past the halfway point of the first in this one. Then the exact kind of grinding defensive first game we expected. Off the mark, Kendall Gillis, board tracked down by DeVries and the Bulldogs again. DeVries, the Bulldogs' lone field goal of the game off a nice feed from Rakowski earlier on, and Coach Van Hecken will slow things way down right here with his squad. Man-to-man defense from Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer as that's been shifted up nearly every possession. Off the drive, Gracie Rakowski gets the finish. Bulldogs back within 1. Rakowski doing what she does at her absolute best, able to score off the bounce at the basket. Inside 3 to go in the first. 6-5 ball game. Drive from Sorrell. Passing on Wojciech, turns her back at the block. Lobbing up top for Klumpo. Smith. Nice passing sequence, but Gregoire able to swat it off the drive from Klumpo. Looked like she was going to be in for the easy 2, but Gregoire able to meet her right there. Just one foul so far. Smith takes a seat. Abby Spunis, the junior, will check in for the first time tonight for Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer. Reaching past Klumpo, snagged. Wojciech turn off the mark short, gets a second look, and the freshman is able to get the finish. Mallory Wojciech, 6'3" freshman, able to work in the post. We've seen her defensively impact the game already a couple times in there, putting the Bucks back up 3. Rakowski lobbing for Emma Perez. Perez off the drive to the basket. And out of the scrum, held ball will stay with the Bulldogs on their offensive end of the floor. 2:05 to go, first quarter, 8-5 game. Bucks take it here with Gillis. Back wing for Klumpo, the senior. Again, missed last season with a knee injury back in a very critical point. Really both phases of the game for Grand Haven. Force feed down low through the hands of Gillis. She'll get it back off the save off the end line by Spoonish. Triple try, Sorrell falling short. Rebound, put back, Wojtaszek fouled on the floor as she was able to go through the contact and snag the basketball, first foul of the game on the Bulldogs. One now on either squad with the 138 in a physical and grinding first quarter of play. 8-5 Grand Haven. Couple of substitutions. Coach Kowalczyk Falmer will find their way onto the floor here. Foul gets whistled on the Bulldogs. Concannon, who picked up that foul off one of her first sequences on the floor defensively. Swung wing on to Kendall Gillis. Back up top to Klumpo to run the offense. Perez crowds her defensively against the zone. Onto the wing and back up top and around. Shop wing, Klumpo. Senior gets the screen from Smith. Up top, Spoonis swings it with 117 to the wing. Back again on to Gillis. Bulldogs crowding things well, reaching pass off the mark on the force, down low from Smith, and the putback flying through from Spoonis is good. Rakowski running the floor and getting to the stripe. Again, we've talked about it really for the last couple years, the way that Grandville wants to and needs to attack things on the offensive end of the floor. They have been at their best when Gracie Rakowski is attacking off the bounce, getting to the rack just like that. Foul went on Spoonis, by the way, for her first, second on the Buccaneers, and Rakowski is able to get the rattle on the first, get the Bulldogs back within 4 and a chance to get the Bulldogs back within 1 score at the stripe. Rakowski, 11 points against Caledonia, 14 against East Kentwood, and 17 against Rockford. Been in one of her best stretches of the year, unable to knock down the second. Spoonis the board. Concannon forced a little bit of havoc before Addie Klumpo on the offense will reset things inside the final minute in the first. Shop, space out of the corner. Probably the best dead-eye shooter that you do not want to leave in space out of the corner. The senior Maddie Shop transferred into Grand Haven a year ago from the other side of the state and immediately became that element of the offense. Taking a seat, Abby Klumpo will get a rest as the Buccaneers go to a half-court extended 2-3 zone and trap for the final 40 seconds or so. Rakowski around the screen, set by Perez. Sticking with her defensively, Gillis. The trap will come on into the corner. Brea Haight. Haight trying to feed inside, had the cutting Perez. Taken, stolen Gillis. Grand Haven with 20 seconds. Pushing corner for Shop. Missed the triple just a moment to go out of the corner. Sets it up once again now with Jillian Sorrell. Final 12 seconds. Buccaneers will hold for the final shot. Off the bounce, off the left hand. Garang getting a piece of it. Chase to the corner, away from Shop with 4 seconds. Granville will get the final possession of the corner out of it. 10-6 ball game. Grinding start to this one for certain, as we kind of expected to see. Greg, we're in for Garang offensively here for the Bulldogs. Concannon to trigger. Concannon, Rakowski. Rakowski with 3, lobbing Perez, stolen away, cutting to the basket, Sorrell, and a whistle as the shot's off the mark at the buzzer. That'll do it for the first. We're going to step aside, be right back here from Grandville.
It's a beautiful time of year, but for many, it is also the beginning of allergy season, which means lots of sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, constant drainage, or ear pressure. These are all allergy symptoms we regularly treat. Don't let your allergy stop you from enjoying what you love to do outdoors. We have several ear, nose, throat, and allergy specialists ready to see you. Find us online at MichiganENTallergy.com. We look forward to helping you enjoy the outdoors again.
All right, welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer with you here. Game night on Michigan Sports Radio. 10-6 start to the first quarter. Defense, certainly the operative word of the day beginning this ball game. Eden Smith with 4, right now leading all scores and leading Grand Haven offensively.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Grandville for girls basketball. They're just getting ready to start the second quarter. Boyd and I got over here in record time, mind you.
All right, Shop will throw it in. We'll get back underway.
6, Raven girls lead. Grandville as we start second quarter play. How you doing, Boyd?
Klumpel out of the wing. Crossing with Sorrell, corner for Shop. Brea Haight bringing the defense there for the Bulldogs. Off the wing, Sorrell. Kicks corner for Klumpel. Klumpel, Sorrell again. Gracie Rakowski faces her up defensively. The junior off the mark, leaning with the left hand there. 7:40 in the first half. That foul goes on Rakowski, so the first on the Bulldogs, senior in the contest. Wojciech out of the corner, Klumpel. Swung around right corner. And back to Klumpel, senior point guard up top for Shop. Off the wing, Smith, leading scorer in the early going of this one. Buccaneers swing, now they find Wojciech, the turning freshman in the lane, and she's able to sky around Garang and get the right-hand finish. Again, 6'3", Wojciech, now 4 in the ball game, and cause a little bit of havoc for Grandville defensively. And now on the other end of the floor, Wojciech gets the hand to the basket. Sorrell blocked and taken by Rakowski. She'll run it out for the Bulldogs. First minute gone in our final frame. Corner, Brea Haight travels. Grand Haven takes over. Bulldogs offense getting working a little bit too quickly. One of the main concerns you're going to find are the way that Grand Haven's going to trap you, the way they're going to try to speed you up on the offensive end of the floor. Certainly they are falling victim to that against one of the top defensive teams in West Michigan. Good find. Wojciech again to the basket. Can't get the finish for the freshman. Haight rips down the rebound. Rakowski will slow things down here for Coach Van Hecken. 7:40 and less. Rakowski around the screen. Pops the triple. Unable to get the roll. Wojciech able to snag it against a pair of Bulldogs. Alternating possession will stay with Grandville here. Off the held ball, DeVries comes in for Garang for the Bulldogs. First minute and a half gone. And a 12-6 advantage for the Buccaneers. Smith with 4, Wojciech with 4, leading the way right now for the Buccaneers. Offensively, been doing a lot of their work down low in this ball game. Rakowski out of the wing. Looking to lob and backing it out. Pressure coming out of the trap in the half court here. Buccaneers just possession by possession. Been changing things up for Coach Kowalczyk-Farmer. We've seen some man-to-man. This time it's that 2-3 trap. Rakowski able to beat it on her own, take it to the basket and score. What a little sequence right there from Gracie Rakowski. She stutters through the zone defense, and off the weave, Rakowski's able to get the finish. 6:01 and less. Baseline up top. Shop tries the triple. Got that one pure right down the hatch. Again, we said it. The top shooting threat on this offense, especially out of the wing just like that. The Bulldogs have to now beat the 2-2-1 pressure. They do it on to Gregor, who will turn her back in the wing. Gregor gets it ripped on, and a quick whistle, a quick held ball. Grand Haven takes it back over. Richardson, Dowlett come back in for the Bulldogs as Hayton Perez will take a seat out of the Bulldog backcourt for Coach Van Hecken. 5:35 in the second. 15-8 advantage. Grand Haven the lead and the basketball. Klumpel to the corner, Wojciech. Around the screen, DeVries trying to stay with her. Klumpel drive on Richardson out of the corner. Swung over, Shop just hit a triple, looking for another, and gets another. Maddie Shop, dead-eye, and a 10-point lead for Grand Haven. She's taken over the ball game, now your leading scorer in the ball game. Double team and trap will draw the foul there as Gregor gets grabbed out of that trap. 5:08, second quarter, 18-8 advantage for Grand Haven. That foul with the first whistled on Jillian Sorrell and one on either team in the quarter. Gregor to Rakowski. Again, this extended 2-3 trap is out. The Bulldogs walk DeVries out to the perimeter, trying to find a way to beat it and change up some of the spacing. Rakowski out of the wing. Off the drive, snaking to the basket and out of the reach of Richardson as she was trying to find the basketball or find a lane to go with the basketball. 4:53 in the half, 18-8 ball game. Klumpo to run the offense again for the Bucks, the senior. Corner shop. She's been red hot, looking for a third triple of the quarter. Unable to get the bounce on that one as Gracie Rakowski will start things up once more for the Bulldogs attack. Here is Gregor lobbing to Dowd at the line. Dowd, Rakowski rolling across the floor. Eden Smith sticking with her defensively. Rakowski off the mark, and Wojciech, the big freshman, able to corral it, run the offense a little before Klumpo will feed it to Smith, who was all alone. Passes just out of her reach. And the Bulldogs get a little bit fortunate with that one, the way it was defended. It was an easy run to the basket for Smith. Pass just out of the reach from Klumpo, who does not miss in that sort of passing sequence, forcing it up the floor very often. 4:14 and less in the second, 18-8 ball game. Again, the 2-3, kind of a really extended 2-1-2 look out of the zone with the Bulldogs pulling DeVries out to the perimeter against the trap. Dowd forcing it into DeVries. Back to Allison Dowd. The senior tries the triple, can't get the rattle, tipped away from Gregor. Off and running are the Buccaneers and Abby Klumpo. And Klumpo is fouled, second of the quarter from behind on the Bulldogs, and that one will get whistled on Grace Richardson. 3:47 in the second. First foul on Richardson. Bucks work it, corner. Smith forcing it on for Wojciech. The freshman able to rip it off the floor, staying with it. Gregor takes it away for the Bulldogs. Inside the final 3.5 of the half. Rakowski bounds around the screen from Gregor. Off the drive, corner. Richardson tries the triple with some space, missed it. Bulldogs struggling from deep in the early going of this one offensively. Had some looks, haven't been able to convert. Sorrell running the floor. Klumpo, and Klumpo gets fouled. Coach Van Hecken doesn't love the call. It'll be 2 at the line for the Buccaneers senior. 3:06 in the quarter, 18-8. Remains a 10-point advantage, and again, Klumpo, who has not yet scored in this ball game, with a chance to try to do some scoring here at the line. First foul on Mia DeVries. That's 3 in the quarter on the Bulldogs. Klumpo off the mark with the first. Wojciech, the freshman, will take a seat. We'll see Spoonis come back in for Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer here. Klumpo able to get the rattle, goes 1 of 2, and the senior will get on the score sheet for the first time in the ball game. Buccaneers bring the three-quarter court trap. It's beaten by Gregor on for Dowd in the front court. 5 minutes gone, second quarter. Rakowski. Corner Richardson, quick tries the triple, got fouled on the end of it. It will be 3 at the line for Grace Richardson. Whistle goes on Eden Smith, the senior. You don't see make those sort of fouls and mistakes very often, but Richardson, who unable to get her second three-point attempt of the quarter to go down, will go to the stripe here. Richardson unable to get the rattle on the first. The junior that we've, of course, seen for the most part in the starting lineup, and part of it tonight as the Bulldogs went with a 3-guard lineup alongside Dowd and Rakowski. Got the rattle, chance to get Grandville into double digits here. Richardson at the line, 1 already in the ball game. Before that, made free throw, now 2 in the game. Schopf will check in along with Wojciech, so the starting bigs back out there for the Buccaneers and Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer. Sorrell among those, and along with Smith taking a seat off Smith's first foul of the ball game a moment ago. Richardson able to get the Dogs into double digits, back within single digits. Timeout called on the floor. We will take one as well. Be right back here from Vanderslice Gymnasium.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
All right, welcome back. Nate Dreyer with you. Game night on Michigan Sports Radio from Vanderslice Gymnasium. 2:53 to go, second quarter, 19-10. Advantage for the Grand Haven girls. They've got it out of the break. Working against the Bulldog trap here out of this timeout. Swung and taken by Kendall Gillis. Snaking for Spoonis. Up top for Shop, who's already hit a couple of triples in this quarter. She travels, losing her footing and losing the basketball. And Grandville will regather it with 2:38 in the quarter. And that Bulldog full court pressure being met right up with some three-quarter court pressure out of the 2-2-1 trap here for the Buccaneers. Gregor lobbing for Richardson in front of half. Beaten on to Perez. Perez snakes to the basket, unable to score. The putback from DeVries is off the mark, but it's Rakowski through the trees, ripping it down. The held ball will stay with Grandville. Good effort, though, from Rakowski. Outsized from all directions, able to snag the basketball and keep the Bulldog possession off the changing possession here. 2:23 in the first half. Richardson throws corner. Perez had some space. She'll drive. Perez off the bounce is fouled, and Emma Perez will go to the line for a couple here. 3 fouls now on either team in the first half, or in the second quarter, and that will be foul number 2 on Abby Spoonis, the junior, for the Buccaneers. So Perez at the line. Perez has kind of been just shy of 10 points, right around 8 points, since she's started finding her way into the starting lineup for the Bulldogs. Coming back off the bench tonight and looking to provide a little bit of a spark. First point of the game for Perez. Bulldogs have gone 9 deep so far in this one. And Perez, good work at the line. The junior able to hit them both. 2:19 to go. And again, Grandville brings the pressure back. Here's Klumpel. Trapped from behind by Perez. Sorrell over half and snagged and settled by Gillis. With space, Jillian Sorrell, triple. Unable to get the rattle. DeVries does rip it down. Final 2 minutes of the first half. Rakowski with the Bulldogs down 7 off the bounce. It's Wojtaszek pulled on her out to the perimeter right here defensively. Corner Perez. Off the drive, the junior just scored a couple at the line. Can't get the finish. Off and running, the Buccaneers. Sorrell feeding Wojtaszek, getting the finish. Defense and offense able to grab the rebound, push the pace. Wojtaszek scores again. She's got 6, tied with Shop for the leading scorer for Grand Haven. 21-12 ball game. And an over and back is going to get called. Coach Van Hacken doesn't love the call, saying that Perez had touchdown in the front court first before she took the basketball, but she'll get whistled on it. Grand Haven will take it back over. Inside 90 seconds, Abby Klump will look back to the bench and Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer to get things set up, and now the Buccaneers swing it on to Sorrell, or on to Gillis and back up top and around. Sorrell, corner Gillis, trying to feed Wojtaszek. Saving on the end line was Sorrell into DeVries, and Rakowski's off and running for the Bulldogs. Final minute of the first half. Rakowski rocking. And again, it's Wojtaszek, the big 6'3" freshman center that's gotten pulled out defensively the last couple of possessions on the Bulldogs senior guard. So Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer likes that size advantage, likes the way that her freshman's able to athletically play on the perimeter. Wojtaszek can hit some shots offensively down low as well. Miscommunication, Perez trying to lob for Gregor, turns it over. Final 45 seconds. Let's see if the Bucks maybe hold for the final shot once and if they're able to beat the pressure here out of the Bulldogs. Swung over to Klumpel. Up the middle of the floor, fakes, Euros, drives off the mark. Gregor with 33 seconds able to rip down the board. Rakowski's off and running. Rakowski will back it out with 25. Wojciech crowds with 18. Bulldogs will take the final shot. Perez with 10. Defense from Kendall Gillis, the sophomore. Back to Rakowski with 5. Rakowski around the screen, off the drive with 3. Rakowski able to get the finish right at the end of the half. The Bulldogs took their time to set it up, and it is a 7-point game as we go to the half. Gracie Rakowski able to find 2 more. She has 6 to lead the Bulldogs offensively in the first half of this one. We transition on to our Farmers Insurance halftime show. 21-14. Grandville able to do, I think, a lot of what they want to do in terms of keeping the pace low and keeping this game with some of the look that they certainly are trying to get out of games like this one. And out of that, they're able to keep it to 7 against a 10-1 Grand Haven team. We'll see what the second half has in store. We're going to step aside, be right back here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. We'll have some stats and we'll have some...
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
Michigan hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. A class is elected each year and then honored at an induction ceremony in the fall. They also prevent annual events in support of West Michigan athletics, and they raise funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow them on Facebook or check out the pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at grshof.com.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize, or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times, or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game Night. Nate Dreyer with a halftime as we're starting off our doubleheader coverage of the evening. 21-14, Grand Haven over Grandville at the half here on our Farmers Insurance halftime show. Let's take a look at some of the scoring right now. Leading the Buccaneers, both Maddie Schopp and Mallory Wojtaszek, each with 6 in the first half of play. Eden Smith with 4, Abby Spoonis, Jillian Sorrell, each with a couple, and Abby Klumpel had a single point in the first half. Gracie Rakowski was 6, leading the Bulldogs in scoring. Mia DeVries, Grace Richardson, Emma Perez, all with a couple as well for the Bulldogs in the first half. Let's take a look. Don't have a ton of what was kind of a back-and-forth grinding game, but let's have a look at a highlight. Gracie Rakowski led the Bulldogs in scoring. She's certainly been leading the way for the Bulldogs in the last couple of games, and here's Gracie with a snaking play through the zone defense to get a couple right here back in the second quarter. Changing things up for Coach Kowalczyk-Farmer. We've seen some man-to-man. This time it's that 2-3 trap. Rakowski able to beat it on her own, take it to the basket and score. What a little sequence right there. So good finish right there from Gracie Rakowski, and certainly we've said it before, when Grandville seemingly is at their best, it's when Rakowski is attacking off the bounce just like that and able to get her way downhill, in that case snaking through the defense and eventually able to find the easy 2 off of it. All right, we're going to step aside, be right back. Warm-up continuing for each of the boys' side, and we'll get a little bit closer to our second half tip-off here on Game Night.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer with you here, Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Chandler Temmer will join me a little bit later on this evening for the boys' contest. 21-14 at the break. Grand Haven over Grandville. 6 points, the leading scoring mark across the board right now. Gracie Rakowski there for Grandville, and both Maddie Schopf along with Mallory Wojtaszek with 6. For the Buccaneers, in the first half of what was, as expected, a defensive-led first half, a Grand Haven team that allows less than 30 points per game. So this is right in the wheelhouse of what Grand Haven has done defensively to teams all year long, and a Grandville team coming off allowing just 21 last time out against Caledonia. So certainly it's a little bit in their wheelhouse and what we have now started to come to expect out of the Bulldogs just a little bit as well. Final 35 seconds. We'll wrap things up. And again, I think for Grandville, we are going to have to see this team get a little bit more aggressive, as they certainly have proven an ability to do in some of their trapping and in some of their looks in that regard. I think for the Bulldogs, they were able to create some havoc, create some turnovers, get the offense out of rhythm through that sort of work on last week Friday against Caledonia. That sort of setup, again, critical, and for Grand Haven, I would expect that they're going to continue to see a few more of their shots that we've seen go for them throughout the years go down, and the Bulldogs will have to try to counter that against the senior and experience-laden Grand Haven team. All right, fresh 8 minutes on the board. Let's go with the third quarter and the second half from Vanderslice Gymnasium. Lineups that opened your ball game will open the second half as well. And again, it will be Abby Klumpel starting up the offense for the Buccaneers. Grandville goes man-to-man defensively in the half court off the jump. Schopf, mid-range. Board sticking with it and able to get the finish off the flying look is Eden Smith, and Smith now has 6 and joins that crowded grouping along with Schopf and Wojtaszek on the top. Stolen away out of the full court pressure from the Buccaneers as they're the ones cranking things up intensity-wise. Jillian Sorrell gets free, and Sorrell gets the finish. Grand Haven, both ends of the floor, upping their intensity to start this one. They'll look to bring it on to Richardson and Gregor as the Bulldogs are able to beat the press. Corner, Dowett lets it fly and splashes it down. Big triple from Dowett, gets on the score sheet for the first time. First minute gone, 4-3 advantage in that first minute going to Grand Haven. Dowett jumps the passing lane, able to poke, unable to fully corral it as Richardson goes man-on-man defensively here with Klumpel. Klumpel wings Sorrell. Sorrell off the head fake, drives a little bit of a size advantage on Rakowski. She'll draw the contact, and Jillian Sorrell will go to the line, and she can join that crowded group at the top in terms of the scoring race for Grand Haven. Smith, Schopf, and Wojtaszek all with 6. Sorrell right now sitting with 4. A very balanced offensive attack as the junior goes to work at the line. Sorrell able to get the rattle on the first, and Grand Haven a chance to stretch it back to a 10-point advantage if she's able to join the scoring lead with 6 here. And does so. Good work at the line from Sorrell. Goes 2 of 2. She's off to a flying start in this half with 4 already. And again, a 10-point lead for the Bucks, and it's Wojtaszek getting it away out of the full court pressure. Klumpel, corner. Sorrell off the head fake and off the drive. And a foul off the little bit of a shoulder that was given there from Grace Richardson. Second foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs. That's foul 2 on Grace Richardson in the ballgame. Klumpel out of the wing. Swung, Schopf with space. Over top of Dowett, knocks it down. Third triple of the game for Maddie Schopf. Again, you give her just a little bit of space, and the senior's deadly. 3 made from deep in this one, and a 30-17 game. Everything the Bulldogs did to try to keep it a little bit more grinding, slower, closer in the first half, kind of out the window as the Buccaneers have opened up the pace on both ends of the floor. Rakowski, triple out of the corner. Unable to get the second Grandville 3 of the half to fly, and a foul will go back the other way. Or check that, a whistle. As it looks like they'll say that that ball had hit some of the webbing, some of the lining down. Abby Klumpel's getting figured out on that discussion as well. It will stay with Grandville here. 6:04 in the third. Rakowski has it poked by Sorrell. Grandville will keep it in this case. 2 minutes gone, third quarter. 30-17 Grand Haven. Buccaneers and Matty Shop right now with 9 points leading the way. Coach Van Hecken getting a point of discussion in with the official as well.
6:03 to go here in the third. 30-17 Randall girls lead the boys. Play 20 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Now two officials talking about
We'll see out of this. It looks like it'll stay Bulldog inbound here in the front court by the dog bench. Coach Kowalczyk Falmer now will get a explanation as well. So the explanation is that it was a jump ball going back to the previous play, what was called. And out of that, the possession arrow at the time went to Grandville. That's where Grandville's possession went. This discussion was going all the way back to the last play that we're still discussing, and Coach Van Hecken is still arguing something. So, looks like Coach Van Hecken's gotten the rest of his clarification. Going back to that play, Bulldogs will keep it here out of the front court. And a bench warning now gets assessed to Coach Van Hecken, who is willing to keep the discussion going as the play begins as well. Rakowski over to Gregworth. He's quite unhappy with something in that last ruling, the jump ball, rather than the foul or whatever he may have potentially been looking for. 30-17 advantage. Rakowski pull up free throw line, unable to get the rattle. Here's Rakowski along the baseline. Handing off Gregworth with the triple. Gregworth gets the follow. Trying to find Richardson off the feed. Wojciech able to jump and steal. Klumpel forces it on Sorrell. Out of the reach of Eden Smith, and Grandville takes it over off the full court turnover there from the Buccaneers, looking to push the pace a little bit. Concannon checks in for the Bulldogs for Tessa Gregworth. 5.5 in the third. A quick start to the quarter. Coach Van Hecken, I think, kind of wisely there with that last little point of discussion of the officials, at minimum was able to kind of slow and settle the ball game back down. A sloppy couple of possessions after it was Grand Haven out and running. Out of the trap, Allison Dallett will wind up drawing the held ball. Alternating possession now goes to Grand Haven with 5:13 in the third. Grandville extends out of the 2-2-1. Sorrell found Klumpel, now back to the junior. Abby Klumpel again up top. Walks in defensively against Rakowski. Off the turn, Wojciech off her own foot. Another turnover. And again, a couple of sloppy possessions have followed up Grand Haven, really off and running initially to start this second half of play. 5 minutes now to go in the third. DeVries into Rakowski, who will slowly set things up here for the Bulldogs. Grand Haven going man-to-man out of the half court this time. Rakowski around the Concannon screen, gets locked up, stolen away. Eden Smith off the reach. Wojciech, the freshman, off and running to the basket. Following Klumpel, no. And out of the scrum, another jump ball. This held ball goes Grandville's way on the alternating possession with 4:37 in the third frame. Rakowski and the Dogs again to work with some patience on the offensive end of the floor. Here's DeVries, 2 points for Mia in the first half. Dowd off the drive. Cut off by Sorrell, trying to find the cutting Perez, who's back on the floor. Instead it gets turned over. Kendall Gillis, the sophomore, will look to run things offensively for the Buccaneers. Klumpel, wing, with space. Gillis tries the three, missed it all. Grandville takes it again as the Buccaneer offense has been searching for it the last couple of possessions right now. Here's Rakowski. At the line, Rakowski. Able to find Dowlett past the halfway mark of the quarter. Dowlett feeding DeVries into the paint. Nice pass. All alone, Isabel Kincannon able to get the finish for the Bulldogs, her first of the game. Sorrell walking the tightrope along the half-court line. Smith, handoff, Klumpel in the mid-range. Back to Smith, and in rhythm in the lane, splitting a pair of defenders. Eden Smith able to get the rattle, get the finish. 8-point lead, or 8 points now for Smith. 32-19 lead for the Buccaneers. Drive, Perez for Dowd up top. Shifting at the line, looking to go back to Perez. She gets tangled on up with Gillis, and a foul will get whistled on the Buccaneers. The first of the quarter, 3:13 in the third. Klumpel will actually be the one that draws the whistle out of it. So that's the first on Klumpel and the first on the team of the quarter. Not many fouls in general called in this ball game so far, but a physical affair. Kincannon to throw in. Hits DeVries off the drive. DeVries stops up top. First time on the floor tonight for Maya Madden. Rakowski stepping back into the three, breaking an ankle. Unable to get the finish, though. Good look from Rakowski, able to buy some space, but just can't get that one to get the rattle off the bounce. Sorrell travels off the Euro, and Grandville takes it with 2:56 in the third. So, under the 3-minute mark of the quarter here. Here's Rakowski. Rakowski past Smith into the mid-range. Sorrell feeding Wojciech, the freshman, in behind the defense, and an easy two. Defense into offense for the Buccaneers again. Wojciech now with 8 in the ball game. Perez along the baseline. He'll stay with Grandville. Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer, couple substitutions. Spunis checks in. We'll see Chop come back into the ball game as well. Chop right now remains the leading scorer for the Buccaneers. Rakowski off the jab, off the drive. Rakowski flying to the rack, can't get the floater. She's gotten a couple of good but tough looks off, been unable to hit in the third quarter so far. Final 2 of the third. Lobbing for Shop in the corner. Kendall Gillis. Swung, corner, Sorrell. Enters to Spunis. Off the turn, the junior. Able to get the rattle, able to get the finish. Four for the junior Spunis in the ball game. Rakowski will slow it down. Working our way closer to the final minute and a half. Rakowski off the jab, off the step back. Can't get the rattle on that one. DeVries paddles it out. It actually will be last touch by the Buccaneers. Grandville keeps it in the corner. Tessa Gregor comes in for the Dogs. Grace Richardson will get set to check in as well here for Coach Mike Van Hecken. 93 seconds to go, third quarter. Inbound tipped and stolen. It was Sorrell getting a piece of it. Closed up by Klumpel. Forced on. Sorrell running the floor. It stays with the Buccaneers as Madden touches that one last off the miss. 1:24 in the third. 36-19. Wojciech checks back in for the Buccaneers. Dingarang will come up from the Bulldog bench. And now Garang will come on for Kincannon. Final minute 24 of the third. Wojciech lobbing up top. Klumpel able to find Wojciech, the freshman, over top of Garang. Put back for Spunis, and that's good. 6 now for Spunis, and she's able to get another finish for the junior. Spunis, Wojciech, both with their size in the post, been a real problem to deal with defensively for Grandville. Tough one for Perez off the mark, off the wild drive in the left hand. Push pass to Gillis. Gillis feeding Wojciech. Mid-range, Spunis trying that one. Wojciech tracks down the board. Spunis setting it up inside the final 50 seconds of the third. Shop lobbing. Spunis to the basket. No. And Grand Haven will secure the possession a little bit longer. Final touch coming from Tessa Gregor with 44 in the third. Lob for Klumpel up top. Richardson draws the defense. Wojciech able to get free. Was able to get the space and get the nice turn away from Garang and get the finish off of it. Wojciech into double-digit scoring. Perez, final 30 seconds of the frame. Madden for Gregor. Gregor off the curl to the block. Doubled, trapped up, held up by Klumpel, and the possession arrow will go Grand Haven's way. Final 20 seconds of the third. Buccaneers led by 7 at the break. They've stretched that as they've gotten into their game, both ends of the floor, quite a bit more. Klumpel lobbing on for Spunis. Hits Wojciech. Corner, triple try. Maddie Shop got it right down the hatch. 4th triple of the game for the Buccaneers senior. She's got 12. Final 5 seconds. Perez off the drive to the basket. Got the rattle. 22 for the Bulldogs as we get to the end, or 21 for the Bulldogs as we get to the end of the third quarter. We're going to step aside, be right back here from Vanderslice Gymnasium.
Hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Welcome back to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer with you. I'll be joined by Chandler Timmer in just a moment as we will bring you our boys' coverage to wrap up the doubleheader. 10-1 Grand Haven, 2-7 Grandville. Back at it for the final frame, 42-21. The advantage to the Bucks. To the corner, Perez mid-range, swatted away by Sorrell. Perez off the drive, can't get the touch on the floater in the lane, and Klumpel was fouled on her follow up the floor. 7.5 in the ball game. That foul is the third on Richardson, first of the quarter on the Bulldogs. Not many fouls in this one, but Richardson has picked up a trio now for the Dogs in the contest. Grandville showing some token pressure in the full court. Sorrell watched by Rakowski. Over for Klumpel. Wojciech lobbing Klumpel. Sorrell off the drive, looking to get by Richardson. Grain cut her off the basket, but finishing inside, Wojciech again. The lanky freshman able to answer inside. .14 for Wojciech in the contest. Rakowski off the drive, some space for the senior, missed it short, follows up, and wisely able to save it off the legs of Wojciech and keep the possession. crafty game getting to the basket for Gracie, but been unable to find a lot of the finishes. Just 6 points in the first 3 quarters plus now of this one after she's been in double digits for her last 3 or 4 contests straight for the Walsh University commit. Out of the corner, Rakowski trying to feed inside to Wojciech, tipping away, or trying to feed inside for Garang, but Wojciech was tipping it away, and Klump will reset the offense. Grand Haven's been pretty set as well. We've seen a lot of these looks where they've been pretty content to put some bigs or at least a forward or a wing on to Rakowski on her driving and her effort. That length has kind of locked her up a little bit with some of the athletic length that Grand Haven has to throw at you, and a little bit of where some of the struggles have been for Rakowski trying to score off the bounce. Richardson picks up her 4th foul of the ball game, 2nd of the quarter on the Bulldogs, and Richardson forced to take a seat. 44-21 lead for the Bucks. Up top for Sorrell. Sorrell off the drive, whipping Wojciech. Mid-range jumper off the mark for the freshman, and a foul is called on the Bucks offensively. Going the other way, first of the quarter on Grand Haven. That'll get whistled on Eden Smith. That is her 2nd with 6.5 in the quarter. Rakowski with 6:20 in the wing. Garang setting the screen. Rakowski is doubled. Smith sticking with her, picked off by Sorrell as she was trying to force feed Perez, taken back away. Rakowski feeds it away from Garang. Last touching that one on the poke out was Klumpel. Bulldogs keep it. Rakowski turns it over, but able to force a turnover of her own. Grandville takes it and keeps it here with Brea Haight off the inbound. 2 minutes gone in the final frame. Haight down low looking for Perez. Came right back to Brea. And Haight walks there. She got trapped up in the corner. Some difficulties letting it go. And Grand Haven takes it with 6:02 in the 4th. Grandville shows this 1-2-2 again. Buccaneers able to beat it against some of the token pressure with Eden Smith. Smith for Sorrell. Sorrell past Rakowski, cut off DeVries, triple try, Shop looking for another one. 4 already made in the game for the senior. Can't get the touch on that, and the Bulldogs set it back up inside the final 5:40 with Gracie Rakowski. Rakowski, Perez turns the back, left hand, can't get the rattle. Wojciech able to use the size and length to rip it away. Klumpel forcing it. Shop down low, and Maddie Shop has her first non-triple of the ball game, and she's got 14 in the ball game. Good find in the full court there from Klumpel. Haight looking to feed Rakowski. Off the floor, Rakowski tied up, and the held ball will go back Grand Haven's way to the final 5 minutes of the ball game. Kincannon and Dallett in for the Bulldogs. Spoonis checks in along with Gillis for Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer. Wojciech. The freshman will run it. Here's the Bulldogs pull off out of the pressure. Sorrell drives and jumps in the corner. Klumpel off the up fake, the touch in the lane. Port taken in by DeVries and the Bulldogs. Final 4:47. Doubleheader coverage here tonight. Make sure you stick with us as we've got the boys contest to wrap up the evening. Dallett, quick trigger, rolls out. Wojciech tracks the board. Sorrell off the screen with space at the elbow. Another board down to DeVries. We've seen last few possessions end in trading rebounds for each respective team's post player. To the halfway point, just about. Final frame, 46-21 Grand Haven. The Bucks absolutely pulling it out down the stretch. Long three from Dallett is off the mark. And Klumpel again will run it. Klumpel watched by Rakowski. Point guards and seniors for either team matched up. Wojciech gets fouled from behind by Rakowski. Is maybe a wise foul right there, the 3rd of the quarter on the Bulldogs, as she had kind of gotten beaten by the freshman on the way to the basket. Dylan Meyer checks in for the first time for Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer. And Kennedy O'Leary comes in for Coach Van Hecken along with Maya Madden. First time we've seen O'Leary in the ball game. 3:55 in the contest. Grand Haven going to be looking at 11-1 on the year with a win here tonight. Just one loss, 4-1 after the win. Assuming that they're able to pull it out in the OK Red. The lone loss coming to Rockford as they're staying in that chase at the top of things. Kendall Gillis off the mark. Board track down, stays with the Bucks. Sorrell to run the offense, feeding on from Meyer, who's fresh on the floor. Meyer, back Sorrell, good find and good finish, able to snake it through the defense, and Meyer able to get the finish, 48-21. Or Sorrell, I should say, able to get the finish. He's got 8. Drive, Rakowski off the bounce, can't get the touch off the back rim. Haight tracks down the board. O'Leary, Concannon. Swung to Madden. O'Leary, poked and stolen by Sorrell, working defense. In offense, Jillian Sorrell, the steal in the 2 on the other end, and Grand Haven the first to 50. Sorrell into double digits with 10 in the ball game. Rakowski has it stolen, forced on to Wojtaszek, and Wojtaszek unable to get the finger roll touch. Board sticking down off the turn, and Sorrell has got 6 in a row and 12 in the ballgame. 52-21, the Buccaneers stretching their legs down the stretch a little bit more. Final 2.5. Here's Haight. Madden, timeout from Coach Van Hecken with 2.5 to go. Attention all golfers. Want to keep your game in shape? The Leaderboard Indoor Golf has you covered with over 500 courses, a full bar, and 17 TVs. The Leaderboard Indoor Golf is the perfect place to work on your game, host events and parties, and compete in leagues. Visit theleaderboardgolf.com or call 616-500-8709 to book your tee time today. 7-point game at the half, but Grand Haven top 15-20 team in the state based on where you may look at your rankings, and just a one-loss team on the season. One of the best defensive teams as well in the area, in the state, have been able to find their game in the second half. And Grandville off their first win of the year in the OK Red last time out, staring now at 2-8 on the season as Coach Van Hecken's first year and looking to kind of retool this program. Motors on, big win last time out against Caledonia, but once again, against the gauntlet that is the OK Red, it's tough to try to build momentum as a building program. Concannon off the mark with the triple try, and the Bucks will take it with 2:09. Officials will discuss something before the inbound.
I like the mixture that's been going on here with the Buccaneers and getting the players that are in.
It'll stick with Grand Haven as Kendall Gillis, the sophomore, look to set things up. Gillis lobbing over for the sprinting Fumarello. She'll lose the possession, and Grandville will take it over. Final 2 minutes. Perez for Haight. And a whistle. And looks like a technical foul was assessed to Coach Van Hecken and the Grandville bench. That foul took place at the same time that Brea Haight was fouled on the shot, so Brea will go to the line first for the Bulldogs before we'll see the technical fouls assessed on the other side. Haight one more coming up with 1:53 in the ball game. So an unhappy Coach Van Hecken finally draws that technical. It'll go back their way for those shots after Brea Haight is able to rattle down the second at the stripe. First points of the ball game for the Bulldog Juniors. Now technical free throws and the technical for possession for Grand Haven. Dylan Meyer will be at the stripe shooting the technical free throws for Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer here. Meyer, senior wing and guard. In off the bench at the end of this one, getting the chance at the line, unable to knock either down. Buccaneers take the possession off the misses. 1:53 in the ball game. 30-point lead for the Buccaneers. Meyer around the screen from Smith. Fumarolo, corner. Off the drive, Kendall Gillis. And that one's tipped out by the Bulldogs, Coach Van Aken. Didn't like the call that it was last tipped off his team. It will stay with the Buccaneers, though. He had to get some help to stay on the bench, so he didn't pick up a second technical foul and find himself out of the ball game for the final 97 seconds. Corner, triple try, falls short for Dylan Meyer. Perez and the Bulldogs set it up inside the final 90 seconds. Brea Haight off the jab, lobbing for Madden. Haight will back it out. Haight off the drive, off the floater, no. And along the end line of travel, snagging the basketball from Dylan Meyer. Final 1:10, 30-point lead for the Buccaneers. Grand Haven going to go to 11-1 on the season. Grand Haven, or the Grandville, I should say, set to fall to 2-8 on their seasons. We're rapidly approaching the halfway point of the campaign here. Perez off the turn. We'll give it up. Kendall Gillis, the sophomore, and of course, big minutes throughout the game. We saw her come off the bench, but big minutes here too for Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer with some of the senior experience on this team, watching this sophomore that is off the mark with that one off the drive. That's going to be a key part of leading the offense, along with Julian Sorrell in the backcourt. You would assume in years going ahead after this really, really terrific and I think high ceiling-led senior group for this year is gone, and there are some big thoughts on the stretch run for Grand Haven coming up. Held ball will stay with Grandville, but I mean, you look at the way the districts have been redrawn this year too. There's a real chance for this team to win another district championship, and who knows what kind of run you can go on after that as well. A terrific defensive team. They have size, they have shooting, they can do a little bit of everything. Grandville certainly saw the bulk of that in this one. Is Isabel Kincannon will go to the stripe with 30 seconds. Foul 3 on Spunis. And Kincannon at the line for the Bulldogs. She's got 2 already in the game for the junior. Player off the bench. I think you've really had to like a lot of the effort that she's brought to the table throughout the year for the Bulldogs on both ends of the floor in games where they've been close or won. I think her play, not just scoring the basketball, not just executing in moments like this at the line and other good looks offensively, but it's the defensive play, it's the rebounding play that has been critical for Kincannon, her attack for the Bulldogs. Racing up the floor is Gillis with 22 seconds off the mark. Kincannon will take it down. Final 20 seconds. Haight for Madden. Madden, the mid-range try, able to get it. Final 7 seconds. And Kendall Gillis is going to let this one come to a close. Grand Haven continues their march. Just one loss so far on the year for Coach Kowalczyk-Fulmer's team. And they take this one 52-26 your final. Grand Haven now 11-1 on the season. We're going to do a abbreviated version of our Centennial Securities post-game show. Wrap that up and then get you on over to turn things around. And be right back with boys coverage to wrap up our night in this one. Farmers Insurance presents our play of the game. We will go to a Grandville play, and we'll go back to the first half, and we go back to this really nice find from Gracie Rakowski for our Farmers Insurance play of the game. Here, Buccaneers just possession by possession, been changing things up for Coach Kowalczyk-Falmer. We've seen some man-to-man. This time it's that 2-3 trap. Rakowski able to beat it on her own, take it to the basket and score. What a little sequence right there from good play certainly there from Gracie for the Bulldogs. Centennial Securities presents our winning game plan, and you got to go to the second half, and you got to go to the way that Coach Kowalczyk-Falmer decided to up the pressure. They were really mixing things defensively, more half court in the first half. Second half, Coach Kowalczyk-Falmer turns up the pressure, turns up the steals and the turnovers, and winds up heavily going Grand Haven's way as they turned offense or defense into offense in many occasions. And lastly, the Rainbow Grill in Grandville presents our Player of the Game award. A couple of players, each with 14 for the Buccaneers. Let's go with their senior, Maddie Schopp, who hit a trio of three-pointers, a two as well on top of that, as she kind of turbocharged the offense in the second half, and it was her three-point shooting that really led the way in that second half pull away from Grand Haven. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll reset things. We'll get to the boys' contest. Grand Haven's girls, 11-1 on the year. They win this one, 52-26 to wrap up our first bit of action of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here from Vanderslice.
Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
Coaching records continue to fall, this time on the ice, and some good news when it comes to the number of registered officials. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. No one has coached more Michigan high school hockey teams to victory than Doug Toller. The head coach of the Genesee Generals won his 630th game during the winter break, topping the previous high of 629 set by Trenton's Mike Turner. Toller started his career in 1979 at Flint Northern. He then coached at Grand Blanc for 10 years before moving to Davison in 1992. Davison is the primary school of a four-school co-op named the Genesee Generals. Flushing, Goodrich, and Swartz Creek are the other schools.
I'm probably the most fortunate hockey coach in the world to have had so many great young men. It's really all about them. They've just put me in a position, I guess, to be here and reap the benefit, but I have to give them a lot of credit for everything that they've done. I love being on the ice and working with the kids and trying to get them to kind of understand the game a little bit better and become better players. And it's also about being better people too, you know, having respect and all the life lessons that go with it.
That was Toller speaking with Miriam Bingham of ABC 12 Sports after the record-breaking victory. Genesee will have another 10 games in the regular season to add to Toller's win total before starting regional play in late February. To see all of the MHSAA's ice hockey records, individual, team, coaching, and playoff, be sure to check out MHSAA.com and click on Ice Hockey. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Arthur Hill Jr. wrestler Michael Baldwin. He captured the Saginaw County Wrestling Invitational title at 165 pounds, the last county wrestling title for Arthur Hill before they merge with Saginaw High next school year. Hancock senior hockey player Sam Roberts, he tallied the winner in a 3-2 victory over the Capital City Capitals. It was Roberts' second goal of the year. And a Monroe St. Mary Catholic Central wrestler Mary Alice Lynch. She recorded her 100th win on the mat with a victory in the SMCC Girls Wrestling Tournament.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, you know, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with the MHSAA's Director of Officiating Services, Sam Davis.
If a basketball team has a good post player, you'll usually hear the opposing crowd call for 3 seconds. But what is 3 seconds and when should it be called? A 3-second violation occurs when a player is in the lane for more than 3 seconds, but it's not always that easy. First, a player can leave the lane and then reestablish position, resetting the 3-second clock. To establish position outside the lane, the player must have both feet on the playing surface outside of the lane. It won't reset the count if one foot is outside the lane and the other foot is in the air. Also, during a throw-in or while dribbling, attempting a shot or rebounding, there is no 3-second count. The count does not start again until the offense has control of the ball in the front court.
Thanks, Sam. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, go to the MHSAA website now to register. Sticking with officiating, for the 3rd year in a row, the number of registered officials in Michigan is up, slightly. And while any increase is good news, it still comes after 9 straight years of decline. So while the recent trend is encouraging, there's still a ways to go as a lack of officials puts extra strain on current officials. To help recruit and retain officials, the MHSAA has provided membership in the National Association of Sports Officials. Membership gives officials expanded insurance coverages, access to professional services and development, and a subscription to an MHSAA-focused referee magazine. But there's still a need for more. If you're interested, go to MHSAA.com and click on Officials for more information. Because without officials, it's just practice. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
With their intensity, what a move by Wade to the corner. To Young, another one! DeBoer regathers, takes it to the front of the net, and skies one behind Louiselle, and scores 2-1 Grandville. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Breslin Center and game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here. Bob's Ragnaris drives, jams thunderously with 2 hands again. Cam Ragnaris, he's got 10. Bobo skips the right corner to Watson. Touch and shoot 3. Splash! Muskegon has taken the lead, 47-46. Justin Watson, another triple. He has 9. 138 in the 3rd, and a big red lead. By Baker, they'll fling it to Steffen. Aldering to the basket. Merritt Aldering cocks it back, jams it. Timeout, Covenant Christian. And hello everyone, welcome back to Vanderslice Gymnasium and game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer joins me here. As we're through the first half, Grand Haven girls able to pull away big in the second half and pick up the first win of the evening. Now a good win of this one, 9-3 Grandville, 6-5 Grand Haven, Chandler, but I don't think the records say everything in this boys contest. These are 2 teams that always like to meet with a lot of intensity. It's a Grand Haven team that's played a tough schedule. They have a lot of talent, of course, very well coached. The coach Imick on the bench. I think it's going to be a fascinating game. It's one of those games in the OK Red, or even when you're playing a team that's around 500, like what the Bucks are, you've got to be ready for some real battle if you're Grandville.
Yeah, I think so. I think these 2 teams always play each other really tough, and of course now you look at the standings in the OK Red, right around the same record. Bucks that 1 fewer game in conference, but right around the same area. So this is kind of those games where you figure some stuff out in the middle of the pack. You've played some teams at the top for both these teams, lost them. Played some teams at the bottom and beat up on them a little bit, and now you've got 2 teams that are kind of right at the same spot in conference, and should be a good one.
We're a little cramped up here tonight. Our good friends from WAWL, Eric and Floyd, are here, and they're kind of at the same table. We see Floyd right there. Wave hi to Floyd, everyone. But, of course, Eric used to own Michigan game night, so always like to be hospitable and give them room. Packed night. Grand Haven brings a radio station and a lot going on. So a little packed in here tonight, but that's because it's, of course, a good game and always a lot of energy whenever Grand Haven comes to town. And in our Centennial Securities pregame show, let's get some of our talking points right off that, and starting right with that. Bulldogs versus Bucks equals intensity. We've seen that time and time again. It doesn't matter what the records are, where these teams are. This is a game that every single time they play, it doesn't, wherever they play, but especially in this gym, is always really close and really exciting.
Yeah, there's been some really electric matchups between these two teams going back a handful of years, and quite often these teams splitting depending on who's playing home and who's playing on the road. And it's just been a traditionally a really good game between these two. So we've seen some overtime matchups, a lot of games coming right down to the wire and kind of setting up to look like another one here.
That was the case last year. They split, Grandville winning on their home floor, Grand Haven protecting their home floor a little bit later on in the season. The Wings in this game, the Wing Wizards, as you may say, certainly going to be big. First off, for Grandville, Caden Neves, 23 points, best game of his career. He's only been getting better game by game. And Will Kerenstra, the junior, who we've seen playing up on the football team and the basketball team since he was a freshman, super talented kid, 15 points against West Ottawa last time out. The wing matchup between Neves and Kerenstra, highly athletic guys. They can shoot it. They can defend with intensity. That's the matchup of the night among many matchups of the night.
Yeah, it sure is. I think a very similar skill set between those two and playing some of their best basketball of their careers right now coming into this one. So I think seeing those guys go head-to-head, trying to match each other on either end of the floor for the Bulldogs. Neves, his best game being aggressive on the offensive end. Defense intensity is there as well in a game where 4 of the 5 starters really didn't have it there and was being taken away from them. Neves able to step up, and I think Kerenstra has that ability as well for the Buccaneers, a guy that can really affect the game, can dribble and slash from the wing, can shoot it as well, and do a little bit of everything for this Grand Haven team.
Post-battle in this game going to be really an interesting one. You have a traditional big man in Cam Regnerus. He steps out, he handles it some, but Cam, 14.4 points per game on the year. We know what he does defensively, offensively. If you tune into game night and you watch a lot of our Grandville games, I don't have to tell you about Cam Regnerus. The other side, though, Luke Lindemann, Gus Abraham, this is a Grand Haven team that they traditionally like to have stretch big men, more athletic big men, but this year, maybe more than ever, they're rolling out essentially a pair of guys at 6'3" that'll be playing a 5-out, high-paced offense going up against the 6'8" Regnerus in the post. So it's truly that kind of old school, more back to the basket. Cam's got a lot in his bag beyond that, but kind of more of an old school big man versus the stretch kind of essentially wings that are also playing at the 5.
Yeah, I think so. I think any team going against the Bulldogs, the first question you always look is what are they going to do to try to slow Regnerus, his impact on the game, and might not have that one-on-one matchup for the Buccaneers, but they've got a couple guys that still have some decent size, can maybe play a little bit more out on the perimeter, and so those teams going back and forth on either ends of the floor. I think the Bulldogs see if they can get Cam some touches in the paint, allow him to try to dominate that area on the other end. If you're the Buccaneers, you've got some guys that can stretch the floor a little bit, use that to your advantage, and try to get eliminate some of that shot blocking ability from Cam Regnerus.
Look at the standings in the OK Red again. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timberworthy here on MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. Rockford, after beating East Kentwood, they're now unbeaten. They're now the top team within the OK Red. Hudsonville, East Kentwood a game back. Grandville right back of that. I mean, we have a little bit more of a direction, I suppose, a little bit more of a direction of where this thing's going, but certainly not much of a direction. We have Rockford on top. We've now seen teams across this conference, and you know how difficult it's going to be and how important a game like this. Two teams that right now, they might be in the middle of the pack, but I think that pack's going to come back to them. There's going to be some losses for the top teams down the stretch run. So games like this are where this conference is going to be won and lost because you cannot slip up in a game like this.
Yeah, definitely. This is a game where you can kind of set yourself up the rest of the way where you drop a game here and all of a sudden, yeah, you're sitting at 500 in conference and still have the second half to go. A lot of basketball games in front of both of these squads, but things start to get out of hand and then, yeah, you've got a lot more room to try to make up in the second half of the conference slate. But if you're able to come away with a win here, you're still well within striking distance that you've got to one more go at everyone in the conference. You pull off a couple of wins there, and you're right back in it.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Be right back here on our Centennial Securities pregame show about
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it. and move all of us forward.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage. Have you recently collided with a deer or been caught in an unfortunate accident? Don't worry, Car Center Collision and Glass is your trusted partner to bring your vehicle back to life. With convenient branches in Cedar Springs, Burton Heights, Alpine, and Big Rapids, we're right around the corner to provide expert assistance. From collision repairs to mechanical fixes, we're your one-stop solution for all your car needs. Check us out at carcentermi.com.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to Music Jams Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back, Centennial Securities pregame show. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer rolling on as you watch the Bulldogs and the Bucks warming up with a little bit more talk about Caden Neves. We talked about him earlier on again, but I want to hit on the Bulldog Junior again because we've talked a lot about how Grandville's rotation and their look has changed a lot in the last couple weeks of the way that this season's gone down. Of course, Caden has been a part of the starting lineup and a big part of the rotation since the beginning, but you think of his impact on the game. 10 points against East Kenwood, 14 against Rockford, 23 then, of course, the explosion against Caledonia, nearly 11 points per game. He's gone from around 9 points per game to 11 points per game during conference play. Caden, the play of Carter Wade, all part of this changing Grandville rotation that we've seen more and more start to mimic the rotation that we kind of expected to eventually see. A guy like Corbin Heckman who looked really good off the bench on Friday. It's, once again, these pieces seeming to fit a little bit better with where this rotation has evolved to.
I think you're starting to see things come together for exactly what this team wants to be in the final stretch. They've still got a ways to go and things to build on from it, but you're starting to see those pieces come together when you've got a Carter Wade stepping in, handling the basketball a little bit more, slides a guy like Jackson DeYoung over. He can play off the ball a little bit. He can shoot it. Has been good in that role. Caden Neves, when some of the scoring hasn't been there, he's been more aggressive. You can see the confidence rising pretty much every single game, and his ability and his aggressiveness. Early on in the season, you had some shots that we were saying later on, those shots are going to fall. He's a good enough player that eventually things are going to work out. He's going to find himself, and he's starting to do that, and you see the output increasing as the season goes along.
Coaches in this one, Coach Desmond Young, Coach Greg Immink. Tell me a little bit about, the pace that Coach Imming's team likes to play. They're willing to be more free-flowing. Grandville traditionally a little bit more grinding. I think it's going to be a fascinating game to watch in terms of the pace and the strategy because I think traditionally this game's gotten a little bit faster. That'll probably be true of where these teams have been at this year as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think definitely you've seen these teams be able to play at that pace. I think the Bulldogs probably going to focus on trying to get Regnerus the ball and take advantage of that matchup, which probably is going to lead to a little bit slower in the half court. Let the offense facilitate from there. Grand Haven playing a little bit more on the perimeter. See if they're able to get some shots from the outside and then attack the basket with Regnerus out from underneath.
All right, that'll do it for our Centennial Securities pregame show. Let's head on down to Grandville head football coach Eric Stiegel, who's on the PA this evening, and we'll let him get us to our national anthem and get you your starters for the evening here from Grandville.
Welcome back, everybody.
the guard, a senior, number 22, Jagger Seagrove. And another forward, a junior, number 34, Alex Dixon. The Bucks are coached by Greg Emmett. And now, the starting lineup for your Grandville Bulldogs at one guard, a senior wearing number 1, Jackson DeYoung. Also in the backcourt, a freshman wearing number 3, Carter Wade. And a forward, a junior wearing number 5, Hayden Nev. At the other forward, a junior, number 33, Colin Highmore. And the man in the middle, a senior wearing number 12, Cameron Rodriguez. The Dogs are coached by Desmond Young.
All right, there you go. We are ready to rock and roll. One last look at the Bulldog lineup. And again, right before we get going, I want to thank the Grandville AV class, who once again are helping provide our terrific visuals that they are able to bring through their multi-cam setup. Thanks to Will and everyone over there for helping get us hooked up with that with some more terrific coverage this evening. Big size advantage to Cam Regner's, giving about 4 or 5 inches on this tip against Gus Abraham up front. Interestingly, Will Korenster will come off the bench for Grand Haven tonight, change up some of those matchups that we talked about. Alex Dixon, who starts at the 4, has been very, very good the last couple of games for Coach Immick and Grand Haven. All right, ball's up, away we go. DeYoung on the Wade, and the Bulldog freshman will run the attack here for the Bulldogs, driving on Seagroves. Highbore feeding over for DeYoung. Grand Haven physical man-to-man defense around the screen. Highbore off the mark, long board, tracked down by Wade. DeYoung, corner, Highbore. Drives past Lindemann, clutches, blocked Abraham, possession continues. Neves had 23 last time out. He's off the mark with his first look at the game. Couple good looks, just none going for the Bulldogs.
Couple really good looks from beyond the arc. One for Highbore, who's been struggling a little bit, but just missed on one. Neves one as well. But a couple opportunities at it.
Dixon clutching on Neves, and Caden Neves able to get the block away. 7:15 to go, and the Bulldogs will slow things down right here with Wade and company looking to set up the attack. Wade again, the freshman around a couple of screens, all alone. DeYoung unable to cleanly handle that one. Then it's turned over from Regneris. Could have been a couple good looks there for the Bulldogs, but passes just out of the reach.
Yeah, really good pass initially from Wade, kicking it out to the corner. DeYoung just bobbled it a little bit.
Off the turn, off the mark, Jacob Doreen. Dixon tracks down the board. Corner, triple try. Seagroves is off the mark. Regneris rips it away from Dixon. Both offenses sluggish in the first 90 seconds.
I've seen a couple missed shots now from both teams. Neither of them have been able to cash in yet on some open looks.
Wade dumping for Cam. Gets the back turned on Gus Abraham. Gave him the shoulder and the turn. Regneris able to get the first finish of the ball game. Cam Regneris had 10 points last time out, and he's first on the board in this game.
And I think that's something the Bulldogs will be able to go to more often. The size advantage down low. Regneris just able to bully his way down into the lane. Patient move in the post there to get the 2.
Lindemann for Dixon. Dixon really good the last couple of games. Had 13 points against West Ottawa. Grand Haven, if winners of 2 in a row, they beat Jenison, they beat West Ottawa. Because of the weather, they had to play both those games last weekend. They played it back-to-back on Friday and Saturday. Now back at it here tonight. Tough pass. Abraham with 2 hands out of the reach of Lindemann. That will turn it over. A lot of teams having that. I think I saw one team, Zeeland West, is being affected by it. They have to play 4 games because they had the showcase win over number 2 Cass Tech, by the way, out of nowhere, the win for Zeeland West after losing to Muskegon. But they had that big win on Saturday. They're playing 4 games in 5 nights. So that's going to be something to watch in all of these conference championship races. You can see that the records of the teams, because everyone's got a different record right now because we've seen 4 or 5 games and so forth played. Carter Wade unable to hatch the first one down. The follow off the mark as well. He's been kind of fighting the shot the last couple of games since he's moved into the starting lineup.
Yeah, I think you saw right away when he came into the lineup, red hot, shooting the basketball, now struggling a little bit, but he'll figure it out.
Will Plummer off the bench and down the hatch, able to knock down the first Buccaneers shot of the game as he and Will Kerenstra have entered the floor, and the Bucks have their first lead.
Yeah, they make that change right away. The offense getting an open three from the wing. Plummer gets the first points of the game for the Bucks.
3 minutes gone and a slow start. We told you at the end of the pregame show this would be a running game. We were very, very much wrong with the way this one started so far. Neves lobbing Regnerus, tough turn around Abraham, able to race back to the board. DeYoung for Wade. Grandville gets the touch to Caden Neves, who travels, and Caden thus far not able to continue that big offensive night that he had on Friday against Caledonia.
Great effort from Regnerus after missing the tough shot down low to chase that rebound down, keep the possession alive, and then Neves looking to make a move. Might have had the opportunity to shoot the corner three, instead wanted to drive along the baseline, and just the timing a little bit off as he was looking to put it on the deck.
Here's the matchup that we highlighted in the pregame show. Neves and Kerenstra, triple try for Plumbers off the mark as he's come out shooting since entering the ball game. All the way down the floor, Highbore strip. Somehow that ball doesn't go out of bounds. Now Plummer does spike out. I have no idea how that ball on the end line didn't go out of bounds. It will stay with Grandville regardless, though.
Yeah, it looked like just stripped out and just kind of bounced right there, allowed Young to come up and gather it, and I think Highbore just needs a wide open layup like that just to get him going a little bit.
Wade tries it into space and knocks it down. Good one for the freshman, able to wisely find the space, knock it down if they're going to give it to him.
Just a couple in the mid-range, but that time a couple feet beyond the arc. Didn't hesitate to put that one up.
Kerenstra through the hands of Abraham. They'll go back Grandville's way. Both teams turning it over in the early goings of this one relatively often. Jacob Doreen will take a seat for the Bucks as the junior Brady Cotton will check in for Coach Immick. Segrove Sr. will lock up the freshman Wade over the half-court line. Both teams man-to-man defensively. Past the halfway mark of a slow-developing first quarter. Regnerus up top for Neves. Off the drive, past Kerenstra, and getting the finish. There's the touch that we saw Friday night from Caden Neves.
Yeah, much like the move he was looking to make in the corner before the travel. That time, able to get it, swing through, drive strong to the left-hand side.
Abraham backs on Regnerus. Good find, getting it back. Cotton along the baseline cut, and the rattle is good for Gus Abraham. Nice passing sequence for the Bucks. They're back within two.
Yeah, that's what's going to have to be some more cuts towards the basket rather than just straight-up post moves with Regnerus down there. It's going to be difficult to try to win that matchup. Going to need a couple passes to get to the basket.
Wade all the way to the basket, able to get himself free, but unable to get the finish. Segrove's off and running. Hands it off for Plummer. Hit a three already. Cannot get his second three of the ball game to fall. Actually, it's his third attempt, but can't get a second three to fall. Inside 3 minutes to go. Carter Wade, the basketball for the Bulldogs, as Coach Young will have his team slow it up a little bit. Caden Neves. Regnerus at the block. Grandville trying to get Cam some touches. Highbore at the block. Up top, triple try. Jackson DeYoung missed it all. They've been trying to find Cam Regnerus, but really good work defensively from Abraham and company on him. Kerenstra along the end line to the corner, on for Cotton, and he'll back it out. And Grand Haven will reset the offense with their junior. Plummer driving on Highbore. Grandville by 2. Abraham gave a shoulder and drives. Can't get the rattle on that one. Wade again to slow it down right here. Regnerus is directing some traffic, trying to set up that screen. Wade will take it. Made a three a moment ago. Neves off the drive. Tough pull up. Can't get that one to go as he was able to get around Kerenstra, but can't get the finish off the open look from long range.
I don't hate the shot, though, from Neves there. You've seen his ability to shoot the three ball and drive. That time sells it like he's going to drive. Able to pull up right at the elbow, hit that mid-range shot, had plenty of space to put that one up, and I think it looked really good from Neves. Something he'll continue to be able to develop. Probably going to have opportunities with it because he can drive to the basket and shoot from beyond the perimeter. The teams have to respect.
Abraham gave a shoulder, flips it up, blocked away. Smart play from Neves, but Kerenstra able to corral it for a while before Wade comes running away with it. He's stopped up in the backcourt, and finally Grandville takes it out and kicks it to Highbore. Quick trigger off the mark, and Colin Highbore continues to fight it the last couple of games for the Bulldogs. Along the end line, Neves will draw a blocking foul, but my point on Highboard, 9 points per game on the year. He was as high as nearly 12, but 5 points against East Kentwood, didn't score against Caledonia, 4 against Rockford, 6 against West Stoddard, just has not been able to find his same offensive touch since we've gotten into conference play. First foul, by the way, in Kerenstra.
Yeah, Highboard started off the year on fire, scoring 18 points a couple different times early on in the season. It looked like his shot was really feeling good, and just been fighting it now for a while in the conference season. Don't want to speculate too much. That it looked like maybe last time out when we were here on Friday, might have been banged up a little bit. Just kind of looked like he was fighting it, maybe a little bit of a limp as well. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but she's been a little bit off his game in what we saw early on in the season. But I think the Bulldogs just want to get him going. If he hits a shot, I think the confidence will come back pretty quickly.
Neb's able to go 1 of 2 at the stripe. Strong along with Postma and Corbin Heckman have all checked down to the floor right here. Dixon also back in for the Bucks. Kerenstra, he'll go to work on Corbin Heckman. Off the drive, Caden Strong against a couple of defenders. That's a tough finish, and the Buccaneers are able to bring it within 1. Grandville keeps it along the end line here.
Buccaneers have been able to make some contested shots underneath. Low-scoring first quarter, been able to keep themselves in it. They're the Bulldogs, as we approach the end of the first, able to get that long pass up the floor and quickly attack with Neves.
Neves into some space, flying and rattling. He thought about jamming that one, but wisely able to just let it go in instead. Good start again for Caden Neves, 5 of his team's 10. Blocked and taken by Neves again. Both ends of the floor, the Bulldog Junior. Regneris with 15. Regneris drives, Dixon, right hand no. Dixon to run with 9. Heckman, good job to intentionally get tied up with him. 4 seconds and less. Kerenstra loses the handle, and that'll do it for the first quarter. 10-7, Grandville leading after 1. Grinding start to this ball game. We're going to step aside and be right back.
It's a beautiful time of year, but for many, it is also the beginning of allergy season, which means lots of sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, constant drainage, or ear pressure. These are all allergy symptoms we regularly treat. Don't let your allergy stop you from enjoying what you love to do outdoors. We have several ear, nose, throat, and allergy specialists ready to see you. Find us online at MichiganENTallergy.com. We look forward to helping you enjoy the outdoors again.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
All right, welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer, second quarter, ready to go. Again, like I said, Chandler, we were expecting a way more maybe up-tempo game like we've seen with some intense ones between these two before. Instead, this was way more of probably the game Grandville normally wants played in terms of grinding and defense and a little bit more kind of man-to-man long possessions to get your shot.
Yeah, both teams really taking some time to set stuff up on the offensive end, willing to play it out a little bit, led to a low-scoring first quarter for both teams.
Cotton to the corner for Plummer. He had a 3 back in the first quarter, seconds after he came on the floor and got his first look of the game. Dixon up top for Plummer again. Vanderhart on the floor for the first time, along with Sorokin here for the Bulldogs. Kerenstra off the drive. Gets rejected and tipped by Heckman, who tries to force it the length of the floor. He'll stay with Grandville down low. Good defense there on his own end again from Heckman. And again, I feel like Corbin Heckman, since he's moved to the bench, he's kind of been able to manipulate some of the matchups that his really unique playing style and that point forward style. He's been very, very effective the last couple of games since he started coming off the bench. Still seeing pretty much the same minutes, but very effective.
Yeah, he's been kind of the perfect guy to come off the bench just because he can give pretty much anyone a breather with his versatility.
Cotton running the floor. Kerenstra to the basket. Late blocking attempt from Postma. Just a little off the mark, and Grand Haven back within 1.
Maybe that's what the Bucks are going to try to get to a little bit more.
Sorokin, what a move to the basket. Reverse no. Regneris waits and can't get the follow either. A couple of really good looks for Grandville, but the finish not there. That's been the story of the game for both sides early.
Yeah, sure has. I think initially the move by Sorokin to get to the basket, really incredible, to make the defender hit the floor there, but Regnerus in a perfect spot to get the rebound. He's mad at himself. He didn't finish it as well.
Cotton moves that pivot foot. It'll go the other way. He's decided to stand for a while to show that he doesn't think he did. And it'll go back Granville's way. 6:49 in the second.
So you got Luke Lindemann, Caden Strong, Jacob Doreen back in.
Sorokin again to go to work here. Draws the defense from Caden Strong. Strong sticks with him for Postma. Neves, Highbor, Wade, and DeYoung all on the Grandville bench. Nice find from Regnerus to Heckman, who will go to the line. Cam Regnerus, with the bulk of the Bulldogs starting guards on the bench, decides he'll run the offense up top himself and sends his fellow front court mate to the line.
That's something we see more and more when Regnerus and Heckman both on the floor together, is they can kind of do that role reversal there. They flip spots. Regnerus can go out on the perimeter, have the basketball, and Heckman's more than comfortable posting up. Usually has the better matchup with Regnerus out on the floor. Able to do so there, fouled from behind, otherwise he would have had the easy lay-in.
First foul of the quarter, the first on Lindemann as well. And Heckman able to hatch it down the second one. Coach Emick is going to bring Chris Russell, the senior guard, on. First time we've seen him tonight. Both these coaches have been willing to go 9-10 deep into their bench. So despite the slower pace to it, deep rotations. Doreen, the senior, 23 points against Rockford. A loss in that game for Doreen, but a guy that certainly can lead the offense if needed. Here's Abraham driving and swatted by Cam Regnerus.
That's the problem teams have when you just try to drive one-on-one against Regnerus. If you can get a cut to the basket and a pass, sometimes you can get one up, but if you're going to go right at him like that, Regnerus, with that much size, is going to have the advantage every time.
Handoff for Lindemann, worked on. I mean, how many times have we seen over the last 3 years, guys think they've got Cam beat, they've got the angle. Nope, here it is, ball's in the second row of the stands. Lindemann up top, on for Doreen. Spinning against Postma, and on the floor, Vanderhart will take it. Weaves it on to Boston Postma, driving, getting the finish. Run on the floor, Vanderhart to Postma, defense into offense. Grandville up a couple of scores.
Postma initially poking it free on the floor and then running all the way down to the other end. Got a bump on the way up.
Now Regnerus gets his hand in there, takes it away. Cam to the basket, will go to the line.
Now we've seen both teams be a little bit more willing to get out and run on the open floor. The Buccaneers earlier in the second, but now back-to-back possessions. The Bulldogs able to force some turnovers. Postma got the lay-in. Regnerus with the opportunity to try to get some free throws.
First foul on Gus Abraham, second on the team in the quarter. None on Grandville yet this quarter, and Cam is pure on the first. 3 points in this one so far for Cam Regnerus. Make it 4 as the big man's able to hit them both at the stripe. Grandville takes a 6-point advantage. Boston Postma, good minutes for him since he's come off the bench here. He'll lead it defensively against Jacob Doreen. Lindemann, back to Doreen, and Lindemann again. Continue to work that two-man game. It's Doreen off the drive, and Regnerus rejects him.
Now Postma doing a pretty good job staying in front as well the entire way, but it helps when you've got Regnerus looming down low, who can go up and help you out there on top.
Lindemann corner. Doreen able to up fake. Can't get the finish from the corner though. Good move from the senior, just not quite there with the finish. 15-9 game. 3 minutes gone in the second. Regnerus up top. He thought about the triple. Vanderhart reaching for Heckman. Nice find, and Heckman just off the mark on the touch, and a foul from behind on Heckman. Coach Desmond Young not thrilled with his senior on that foul call. A little bit of frustration trying to take the basketball off the miss. First of the quarter on the Dogs, and the first on Corbin.
Yeah, mistake from Heckman there, just coming in and pretty obviously hacking the arm of Strong underneath. Is frustrated with himself that he missed that short-range shot right there, but continue to see Heckman now be the guy that's getting those post-ups. He's been able to get the side or get the advantage down low in the positioning.
Good find between the big men, but it's just out of the reach of Luke Lindemann. Grandville takes over. Both these teams kind of playing the same little bit of high-low type game with their big men trying to find each other offensively. And we've seen some misses off of it. Driving, Sorokin, no look. Snakes through the defense. Sorokin gets the finish, Coach Imink wants a timeout. He'll get a timeout. We'll step aside. Be right back here from Grandville.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
All right, welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer, 4:47 to go out of the timeout. And right now, CT, Grandville defense into offense, kind of helping them pull away a little bit more in the second half.
Yeah, in a game where there hasn't been a ton of offense, they've been able to get some turnovers, get out in the open floor, and able to capitalize off from it. I think been able to go pretty deep in the rotation as well, and the defense really hasn't let up. Only 9 points allowed.
Force feed inside from Caden Strong, picked off by the Bulldogs again, as their defense continuing to hang really tough in this one. Neves back on the floor for the Bulldogs. He's rocking with it up top. Gets locked up by Caden Strong. DeYoung for Sorokin, who had a nice finish that led to the timeout moments ago. Poking it on him defensively, Lindemann. Regneris up top for Neves. Around the screen, Neves to the corner with space. Got it. Nice movement right there. A couple of screens set. Caden knocks it down, and Grandville leads by 11.
Yeah, really smart. Out on the wing, Sorokin the initial screen, and then right to another screen from Regneris. Bucks expecting Neves to try to turn the corner, but he just found himself open in the corner.
Driving Abraham, swatted by Regneris again. 4 or 5 blocks already for Cam. Gibby Connolly will check in, and Cam will get rewarded for the block with a rest. 3:44 in the second. 29 Grandville. And the Bulldogs have put together a strong second quarter in this one. Doreen drives, able to get around Jackson DeYoung, but DeYoung rejects it anyway. I'll be excited to see whatever the final block total is at the end of this one for Grandville as a team right now.
Yeah, they're racking them up here early on. DeYoung forcing the drive tight along the baseline. Didn't fall for the little shot fake and hesitation move. Blocked that one, had it read the whole way.
Connolly sticking with Abraham, but he's able to draw the contact. Gibby going to keep those arms up for just long enough to show that he thought he was straight up, as Abraham now will go to the line. Luke Berry, the 6'5 junior wing, will check in along with Carter Wade, the Bulldog freshman guard. First foul on Connolly, second on Grandville, 2 on either team in the quarter. And Abraham's able to splash down the first and get back down to 10 and cut that Grandville total in half.
Just the third point of the second quarter for Grand Haven, so an opportunity now at the free throw line to try to reset things a little bit.
Abraham 1 of 2. Kerenstra able to tip it out, taken by DeYoung. Doreen racing there defensively, but DeYoung gets the hands free and finishes in the full court.
Quickness from DeYoung to poke that one and then take it all the way down the floor himself. A couple defenders fly by as he made the adjustment midair.
Lindemann out of the wing to the corner. Abraham, nice find, and Doreen is able to score with a finger roll off the window.
And that's more of what Grand Haven will be able to do there, is get a cut off the basketball. Doreen curling from the right elbow.
A carry from Carter Wade. 10-point ball game, just under 3 minutes to go. I think exactly, though, that last possession for Grand Haven, way more with this offense. I mean, even without Cam Regneris out there right now, where they want this offense working, getting cuts, getting driving lanes like that versus trying to one-on-one versus Regneris. And also Gibby Connolly, who every time we see him continues to show how strong of a defensive presence he is down there. Kerenstra able to get the rattle and roll, and Grand Haven back within single digits.
Really tough finish off the glass there from Kerenstra. Underhand on the offhand, able to get it to go up and then hang on the rim just enough. Pretty well defended by Highborough, but just great execution.
DeYoung out of the corner. Board, put back, Wade in one motion. Grandville back up double digits.
Carter Wade able to catch and go right back up with it. Probably had enough space on the floor. He could have landed, but able to just catch and shoot and make it easy on himself.
Krenstra able to save the ball. Curling Segroves out of the corner. Off the mark for Luke Berry. Final 2 minutes. Grandville by 10. Carter Wade 5 points in the ball game. He'll get crowded in here. Nice Segroves. Nice jump pass. Caden Neves off the back rim. Doreen driving on DeYoung and able to score, reaching around him. Couple tough and nice finishes from Jacob Doreen in the second quarter.
Yeah, DeYoung got him a few possessions ago, but Doreen able to get one back there strong, able to lower his head, get all the way to the rack.
Neves dribbles into some space, hatchets that one up. Connolly the board. Alternating possession on the held ball will stay with Grandville. Coach Young wants a timeout. He's trying to call a 30-second timeout. He will get his 30-second timeout. 24-16 Grandville with 1:07 in the half. And attention all golfers, want to keep your game in shape? The Leaderboard Indoor Golf has you covered with over 500 courses, a full bar, and 17 TVs. The Leaderboard Indoor Golf is the perfect place to work on your game, host events and parties, and compete in leagues. Visit theleaderboardgolf.com or call 616-500-8709 to book. Thanks as always to Centennial Securities, Farmers Insurance. See them rotating on the right-hand side of our score bug on the bottom of the screen. 1:07, 24-16. Defense continues to be the measure of the day for Grandville, and that continues to be the measure of the day for Grandville the last couple of contests, going back to the Caledonia game and even really holding explosive East Kentwood to 51.
Yeah, true. It's really started on the defensive end for the Bulldogs, and they've been able to lock down the Bucks. Just 16 points through almost the first half.
Nice handoff to Wade. Can't get the finish. And the Bucks will take it right there off the give and go between Regnerus and Wade. Final minute of the half. Buccaneers certainly with a chance with a little bit of a mini run at the end of this quarter to make themselves feel a little bit better into the break. That's what they're doing these last few times down the floor. Brady Cotton for Abraham. Both the big men working out the perimeter, 5-out offense, and a tough pull-up. Krenstra right down the hatch.
They get the screen set, so Regnerus then is forced to switch over to Krenstra rather than try to drive it right at him. Krenstra pulls up.
Out of the corner, Caden Neves falls short on that one. Board. Nice pass from Highbor, and it slips away from Heckman. Last touch by the Bulldogs with 24 seconds.
Bulldogs, the last couple of possessions now going into the half, have had some mishandles with the basketball. I think Coach Young called that timeout, hoping to try to get some good looks at the basket, get some points, and extend this lead going into halftime. Instead, it's been some turnovers that were unforced and have allowed Grand Haven to get some extra looks and cut into the deficit.
Yeah, Desmond certainly a little bit frustrated back on the Bulldog bench the way the last few possessions have looked, even with some potential good looks that have gotten thrown away. Cotton up top, blocked away at the perimeter by Regnerus. 8 seconds and less. Across to Segroves. Drives, stops, pops, and hits at the buzzer. Grand Haven able to get it within 4 at the end of the first half in this one. CT, let's move on to our Farmers Insurance halftime show, and certainly for Grandville, the way we would have talked about the game with 3-4 minutes to go in the half, a lot different than the way we might talk about it right now, is Grand Haven starting with that nice cut to the basket from Doreen that you kind of mentioned, like that's what they want out of their offense. They went back to that, some tough top shots from Krenstra, and a lot of really good work on both ends of the floor for Grandville. Lead down to just 4 though.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Bulldogs felt really good at one point there in the second quarter. Things working out, defense really locking down Grand Haven, and then that turning into some transition points off turnovers. But the last couple minutes, the Buccaneers able to figure some things out. I think much better attack offensively, got some open looks, some cuts to the basket, some lay-ins, along with some mishandling and some turnovers unforced by the Bulldogs, allowed Grand Haven to get themselves right back in this game.
All right, we're going to step aside, be right back here on our Farmers Insurance Halftime Show, 24-20.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
Michigan Hearing Experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. A class is elected each year and then honored at an induction ceremony in the fall. They also prevent annual events in support of West Michigan athletics, and they raise funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow them on Facebook or check out the pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at grshof.com.
Welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer here on our Farmers Insurance Halftime Show. 24-20, Grand Haven trailing Grandville at the break. Kind of a back and forth defense first, certainly game CT. Let's go through some of the scoring recap, please, and then we'll take a look at some highlights.
All right, start with Grand Haven. Leading them with 6 points, Will Krenstra off the bench. Then Doreen with 4. Abraham had 3. Plummer also with 3. Strong and Seagroves each with 2 points. For the Bulldogs, leading all scorers, Neves with 8 points, Carter Wade with 5, Regnerus 4, Sorokin and DeYoung and Postma each with 2, and Corbin Heckman with a point.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights. These are actually mostly just all going to be Grandville highlights. I feel like Grand Haven, they had some nice highlights, but a lot of the scoring for Grandville, at least their side of things, want to be more of the highlight reel type of plays. Let's start with this nice finish from Caden Neves. Past the halfway mark of a slow developing first quarter. Regnerus up top for Neves. Off the drive, past Krenstra, and getting the finish. There's the touch that we saw Friday night from Caden Neves. Defense into offense, a big part of the first half. Boston Postma got in on that action at the start of the second. On for Doreen. Spinning against Postma, and on the floor, Vanderhart will take it. Weaves it on to Boston Postma. Driving, getting the finish. Run on the floor, Vanderhart to Postma. Defense into offense. Cam Regnerus certainly active with a load of blocks, 4 or 5 in the first half. Here's a look at one of them in the second quarter, maybe his most impressive outside of the one he also had at the perimeter. Lindemann. Back to Doreen. And Lindemann again. Continuing to work that two-man game. It's Doreen off the drive, and Regnerus rejects him. Again, defense into offense. Operative word and operative strategy in that first half. Here's Jackson DeYoung getting in on some of that action for Grandville.
Things a little bit.
Abraham 1 of 2. Krenstra able to tip it out. Taken by DeYoung. Doreen racing there defensively, but DeYoung gets the hands free and finishes in the full court. And lastly, certainly one of the craftiest players for the Bulldogs all year long, the freshman Carter Wade. This was a really, really good play in the lane to get him a 2 and get him to 5 points in the first half.
On the offhand, able to get it to go up and then hang on the rim just enough. pretty well defended by Hybor, but just great execution.
DeYoung out of the corner. Board, put back, Wade in one motion. Grandville back up double digits. All right, good finish there from Carter. 24-20. Grandville over Grand Haven at the half. We're going to step aside, be right back.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Welcome back. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer, wrapping up our Farmers Insurance Halftime Show CT 24-20 at the break. Let's take us through some of what we can maybe expect and what you're looking for in the second half.
Yeah, I think it's kind of similar probably to what the game plan was coming into the game. It just took a while to get into it for both teams. I think for Grand Haven, they're looking at a lot of what we talked about and making some moves to the basket, off the ball, getting some cuts, some screens set away to where they can get cuts going towards the basket and draw Regnerus potentially away when they've got him spread out on the floor. I think rather than just trying to go one-on-one against them, they've had a lot of shots blocked in those situations. I think for the Bulldogs, it probably involves around Cam Regnerus as well. Get him the basketball down low. We saw him be able to bully his way a little bit in the paint, take over the game that way. And he's been able to kick it out if the Buccaneers are sending double team or have the positioning down low.
Want to again thank Grandville AV and the students there for providing our video coverage for the second half of the doubleheader, the pictures to our broadcast tonight. They obviously do a terrific job, and they do a way better job than we can do, and that's why we're glad that we've been able to partner with them a little bit. All right, second half, I'm mostly curious to see if Will Carenstra is going to start the second half here for Grand Haven, because 6 points off the bench, some really tough finishes. He had to start off the bench, but certainly was the most dynamic part of the Buccaneers' attack in the first half.
Yeah, I think the guy that can be the most dangerous in the open floor in transition or also driving if they're able to get that matchup. He's been able to make some really tough shots close to the basket that maybe weren't falling for some of the other Buccaneers.
Carenstra will not start the second half. It will be the same lineups that opened the ball game. I would assume we'll see him relatively shortly into this half regardless. We'll switch sides and let's get ready to go. Second half of play here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. Grandville by 4 at the end of the first. They were hanging on to a 10-point plus advantage at points in that second quarter before things closed down the stretch. Grandville man-to-man defensively right here. Off the curl, Doreen. Up top, Lindemann drives on Colin Hybor. Gave a shoulder, Lindemann driving around and missing with the right, whipping that one away, Regnerus. Carter Wade will slow it down a little bit for Grandville. A lot of motion offensively up top. A lot of ball screens, a lot of off-ball screens. The offense is trying to get cycling for Grand Haven. And here's a foul on Abraham on the reach, trying to take that one away from Cam Rigneris. Foul is on Abraham, his second. Wade for Cam and back. Bulldog freshman bounds around the screen, and he got wide open. He got the score off of it.
A fantastic screen from Rigneris, taking that defender away, and then Carter Wade, no one there as he turns the corner, has the middle of the lane wide open for him to underhand finish right in front of the basket.
Doreen driving on DeYoung, whip pass, and a foul will get whistled on Jackson DeYoung. Couple quick whistles to start the third quarter, so it looks like maybe a little bit more touchy, a little bit more foul-laden half a play coming up. It will be Segroves to throw in. He got it corner on for Doreen. Abraham swinging to his fellow big man Lindemann. Doreen. Lindemann, Abraham in space. The Bulldogs are giving him all the space he wants out there. Keeping Cam down in the post. Hooking finish off the mark for Segroves. Hybor will run. Hybor scoreless in the first half of play. Tic-tac-toe winds up back with Hybor. DeYoung, Carter Wade to set it up. 6.5 in the quarter. DeYoung off the screen, off the pull-up. Can't hatchet that one down. Neves has that tipped out, stays with Grandville. Good creation there from Carter Wade, just can't quite get the finish.
A very similar look to the play he scored on just a few seconds ago. You get Rigneris set a big screen near the top of the key, and then Carter Wade gets to go around it, make the decision if he wants to go all the way to the basket or if he wants to try to pull up.
Neves looking for Rigneris, and Cam is able to get the finish out of it. That play was trying to be turned over for a lot of it. Karenstra's out there for the Bucks out of the quick stoppage. Pull up Doreen from mid-range, and the board to Jackson DeYoung.
You can see Grand Haven trying to draw Rigneris out to the perimeter, but he's kind of lurking down low and forcing Abraham. If he wants to shoot that shot, he's giving it to him.
Last out on Wade right there. He was looking for the pass to Neves. I think he may have had a chance just to take that straight strong into the hoop and score himself, but of course, Wade's game for a freshman, so locked in on passing and creating for teammates. It's a tough thing to be able, really almost impossible to teach the mindset he has, especially for a young player.
Yeah, I think you'd much rather have it that way than have to try to force a guy to pass the ball when he wants to score all the time. You can teach him to be a little bit aggressive. You've seen that he's got that as well, so it's just a matter of when you've got it, take it.
Segroves here driving on Wade. Up top, stolen by Jackson DeYoung. Read the passing lane beautifully, can't get the finish. Neves will go to the line. Jackson DeYoung defensively. If there's one player from his junior to his senior year that we've seen grow monumentally under Coach Young, it has been DeYoung, and that especially has become true as he's moved more to the two guard and playing off the ball more.
Yeah, he's been tremendous in switching that role kind of mid-season, one that maybe he knew was coming with Carter Wade, eventually going to be taking that spot, but he's transitioned fantastic and offensively being more of a shooter, moving off the ball. On offense, defense, he's been locked in. He's a tremendous on-ball defender, also anticipating passes as he did right there, giving himself some chances in transition.
Plummer and Strong in for Coach Imink. Rigneris will look to go 1 for 2 at the line. 8 points in the first half for Neves, leading all scorers. And he's able to hit that one. Off the drive, Strong. Abraham got some space, goes on Rigneris, and Abraham's able to get the strong finish over top of the Bulldog big man there.
And there's the response from Abraham. If Rigneris is going to play that far off, they can get him the basketball with a little bit of separation to start, and maybe he can make a move to the basket and able to do so, fend him off a little bit, keep Rigneris away and get the ball off on the left hand far enough away so it doesn't get blocked.
Colin Hybor unable to get the look from the corner to fall. Doreen versus DeYoung. We've seen this matchup throughout the half. Doreen able to get the touch and get the finish. Grand Haven, couple back-to-back baskets. They're back within 5. Regnerus. Pressure from behind, and a foul gets whistled on Caden Strong with 4:21.
Looked like Regnerus caught a little bit off guard by the pressure there. On ball right away. He was expecting he was going to have some room, and saw a defender right there. The double team kind of coming off from that, but Regnerus able to maintain and keep his composure enough to draw the foul.
Boston Postman out there for the Bulldogs, in for Jackson DeYoung. Carter Wade will match up against Caden Strong here. Postma for Regnerus. Quiet ball game for Cam. Offensive foul. Abraham was setting that one up, and it'll go the other way.
You know, you're giving up that much size in the post, you kind of know that's what Regnerus has done to you a couple different times, and you got to anticipate it, and he did that right there. Knew that move was coming, was probably going to get a bit of a bump with the shoulder. Knew exactly what was going to be.
Foul 1 on Cam, 2 on the team. 3 fouls right now on Grand Haven. Mid-range, Kerenstra. Regnerus takes it. Carter Wade versus Doreen, bounding into the front court. Wade, wing Neves. Postma. Regnerus gets the touch. Out of the corner, Cowan Hybor. And Hybor continuing to struggle over the last couple of games. Kerenstra, the length of the floor, gets the 2 out of it.
Kerenstra's taking advantage off the rebound. The Bulldogs slow getting back. He beats everyone down the floor. Carter Wade, the only chance he had was to try to stand there and hope Kerenstra ran into him for the charge, but Kerenstra able to go around him.
Wade trying to answer right back to the basket. He gets fouled, and Carter Wade will go to the stripe. Grand Haven faithful not happy. They've been boisterous all evening, led by the radio team to our left. 29-26 with 3:10 to go in the third. Wade was 7 in the ball game. That foul was the first on Doreen, 4th on the team. And Wade able to splash down the first one. Vanderhart in for Hybor.
I think you're seeing Carter Wade get more and more comfortable as well with some on-ball pressure that was giving him some fits a little bit early on when he was first taking that role over as the primary point guard for this team. Saw even with East Kentwood just a week ago where some tight pressure was giving him some trouble, but now see him when he's faced with that pressure, able to beat it just by himself, and that's going to continue to improve, I think, for Carter Wade as his career goes on.
Doreen off the drive and off the mark. Regnerus. Pressure all over. Boston Postma out of the corner and off the mark. Grand Haven certainly has done all the right things to make Regnerus super uncomfortable, and they're picking up the pace on their offense as well on the other end. Abraham again, Regnerus giving him space. Kerenstra off the stop and gets fouled. That'll be the 3rd foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs. That foul is on Neves, his first, and it will be a shooting foul, and it will send Will Kerenstra to the stripe.
Creative move from Kerenstra as he caught it on the elbow. Already had Neves a step behind the shot fake. Neves kind of flies by him enough to where Kerenstra then can try to drive past.
Will able to rattle the first. 9 points now in the ball game for Kerenstra, again leading scorer for the Buccaneers. Been doing that work off the bench. Caden Neves will take a seat for Heckman off that foul. And the Buccaneers within a score right here and showing a little bit of pressure as Grandville's been really uncomfortable in this 3rd quarter. Here's Wade, locked up by Caden Strong. Jumping for Cam Regnerus. Quiet night again for Cam. Off the drive, the left hand finish. A tough one and a good one from Regnerus.
I think with the offense struggling, they bring Heckman in there and can kind of throw that different look there again. Kind of a 2-post look at times where both those guys playing around the elbow, set all the way to where Regnerus can take it.
Abraham spinning into the paint, trying to score around Regnerus. And he'll stay with Grand Haven. Last touched out by the Bulldogs, and Heckman trying to save it. 1:53 in the quarter. Sorokin in for Wade as the Bulldog freshman will get a little bit of a reprieve right here. Plummer hit a 3 back in the first half. He'll curl it. Vanderhart, the Dog sophomore, watches. Kerenstra with 9 in the ballgame. Leads Grand Haven in scoring. At the line, Strong fakes and scores. Really nice move right there from the junior.
Yeah, just a shot fake enough to keep Regnerus at bay along the baseline. He thought he was just not even going to go up with it. Ended up getting the wide open look, even though there was a body down there.
Heckman out of the corner, driving past Kerenstra to the basket, and one through the contact from Abraham.
I think that's the impact Heckman can have on both ends of the floor. On one end, you see him defending Kerenstra, who's a tremendous wing player. It's been one of the better scorers for Grand Haven here tonight. And then on the other end, the size and the ability down low where he can finish some shots through some contact and have a presence in the paint.
3 points now for Corbin. Make it 4. Alex Dixon, the 6'3 junior, back out there for Coach Immink. Also going to bring Brady Cotton back on the floor. Again, both coaches have been very willing to go deep into the bench. Grandville has gone 5 deep into their bench. The Buccaneers have gone 11 deep into their bench in this contest. Spinning Kerenstra, jump pass with a little bit of space. Triple try off the mark for Strong. Out of there. Somehow the board ripped down by Cotton. Up top, Plummer. Dixon the board. Third chance for the Bucks. Kerenstra will stare at it. Inside a minute in the third. Got it. Brady Cotton at the end of an extended possession keeps the Buccaneers within a score.
Now before that possession, I think the coaching staff for the Bulldogs was really trying to preach holding onto the basketball, trying to hold on to it on the rebounds and opportunities, and then right there, multiple looks at it for the Bucks, and that's only going to further the problems.
Heckman flying to the rack, swatted by Kerenstra. He'll stay with the Bulldogs with 31 seconds. It's only +1 Grand Haven in this third quarter, but it sure feels like it's been more of an advantage to the Bucks than that, just the way that it's been played. Kerenstra was ripping on Regnerus. Cam wins the battle anyway. Strength there from the Bulldog big man.
You can see the jersey tug right away on the entry pass. The defensive holding call didn't come, but Regnerus able to get the shot either way.
Blocked by Regnerus on Dixon, doing it on both ends of the floor. Weaving up the court, Xander Sorokin jumps it up. Vanderhart with space, triple off the back rim. Caden Strong down with it with 4. Strong with 3, has it tipped away. Vanderhart at the horn, off the mark, and we go to the final frame. Grandville by 5 after 3. We will be.
Hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. One last thank you to the Grandville AV students for helping provide us with the great pictures and video coverage that you're seeing on your screen for our second half of the doubleheader. Grand Haven girls winning big to open the night, and now CT. Grandville boys trying to hang on, grinding 5-point game through 3.
Yeah, it's been a tough played game, both sides, and I think even though the Bulldogs ended up extending their lead by a point from 4 to 5 in the third quarter, it felt like they were kind of hanging on, trying to hang on a little bit more than maybe what the first half did.
Kerenstra active defensively. He and Sorokin get tied up. And Postma will take it out of there, pushing for Regneris. Heckman spinning. What a move and what a score. It was broken, but Grandville gets 2 out of it.
A couple down and backs both ways. Turns into numbers for the Bulldogs, and a fantastic cut through the middle of the floor for Heckman, making himself available for that pass.
Karenstra is trying to draw the contact. He's down on the floor still as Sorokin's got it. Vanderhart pushes for Heckman. Over Sorokin. 3 off the back rim. Board, Heckman turning, hooking, no. Another chance for Regneris. And now we'll get the whistle. And Coach Young can't believe it. And he'll have a word with the official about it, because we went that whole possession with the injured player, no call. Grandville was able to get the basketball. It was their ball down the floor. And then the whistle gets called at the end after the training staff had come on the floor, essentially, is when the whistle got blown on. So Grandville will keep the basketball, but an awkward sequence right there.
That's when you don't know how serious the injury is right away when Krenstra goes down, and so they let it play out initially, but as the Bulldogs are getting second, third looks at it and the possession's going on, you've still got Krenstra rolling underneath the basket, and you need to get him some medical attention. And so I think Coach Young wanted that possession to play on because he had 5-on-4 for multiple, almost a minute there, it felt like, but instead going to be blown dead and allowed the Buccaneers to get a substitution.
That was a hockey power play. That's how that one felt. Regneris crossing up top, able to keep his footing, but unable to force feed Corbin Heckman, and Grand Haven will take it over. 6:56 in the final frame. Plummer, 3 points in the ball game. Vanderhart crouches to watch him. Caden Strong over for Abraham. Abraham, pass gets deflected back towards him. He'll drive on Regneris, unable to score around Cam, and Heckman takes it down. Minute and a half gone, final quarter. Grandville by 7. Heckman weaving through the traffic, turning his back, giving a shoulder, giving a hook and scoring. What a run from Corbin Heckman. Gets another crafty finish.
Yeah, safe to say Heckman's feeling a little bit there. He was waving off the rest of the Bulldogs team the entire way up the floor. He knew he was taking that one. Another crafty move in the lane. He's got 7 points in the second half.
Abraham tries Regneris, gets swatted again. It'll stay with Grand Haven. 6:08 to go. I'm having a ton of fun. You couldn't see on your screen. I'm having a ton of fun watching Coach Young tonight. He's animated normally. This is the most animated he's ever been.
Yeah, I've seen all night long. He's been hands in the air, telling his guys hold on to the ball. Then he was draped over the official just a minute ago.
Triple try falls short for Jake Doreen. Vanderhart, outlet pass. Postma to the basket, reaching around Dixon, touching, put back, and one. Cam Regneris.
Bulldogs getting out and running once again. Postma, the aggressiveness just to take it himself, and nearly had the lay-in. But then great awareness by Regneris, just kind of sitting underneath the basket, waiting for that one. He had to wait till it fell off the rim, so it was an offensive goaltend. Timing it just right and slapping it back up and in through the foul.
That is foul 4 on Abraham, the first on either team in the quarter. Some foul trouble for the Buccaneer big man. Drive from Jacob Doreen, tough pull-up over top of Postma, and the board to Regneris. Cam runs it over half on for Heckman. Vanderhart. Regneris thought about it. He'll direct some traffic. Regneris spins for Vanderhart. Postma with space, triple, got it. Boston Postma feeling it a little bit in this ball game, and Grandville stretches it to 15. Timeout from Coach Immick. Dogs with a big start to the final frame.
The 76 Diner and Truck Stop would like to invite you and your families to come and check out their diner. With locations in both Byron Center and Coopersville, they're a great place to stop before or after the game. They have a wide variety of menu choices to feed all the kids. They serve breakfast hot all day, and they're able to accommodate all of your large group needs. Their full menu is available for takeout orders, and they have online ordering at 76truckstopdiner.com.
do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
Vanderslice Gymnasium, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer, 15-point lead for Grandville. Big start to the fourth quarter for the Bulldogs, and it has been led by Cam Regneris, who's at 13 now in the ballgame.
Yeah, I think after fighting it most of the third quarter, now things kind of coming together for the Bulldogs. Open three there by Postma forcing the timeout for the Buccaneers, who are trying to regroup.
Abraham, who's working with 4 fouls against, will peer up top. Cam Regneris has been daring him to shoot that shot all evening long. So far, he has not done so. Abraham off the drive, attacks Cam, gets a second look at it. Unable to muscle that one in. The board down to Chris Russell. Lobs it on for Doreen. Postma wraps him up defensively. Corner, Abraham. He'll try it again on Cam. Got the positioning, can't get the finish. There's the putback. 4 looks for Abraham that possession. He stuck with it with a bit of muscle and is able to get it to go.
Yeah, kept going right back to it, and that's what Regneris wants him to do, but finally fighting, got multiple looks at it, able to follow up his own shot the second time. He finally got the 2.
Russell fouls Sorokin, his first, team second, as the Bucks have started to bring a little bit of this 1-2-2 trap out right now. See if Grandville can handle it. Heckman. Vanderhart drives. Nice touch on that one. He had the shot, faked out of it, had another shot, winds up taking the floater. Good work out of the sophomore.
Might have been able to force up the 3, but then nice understanding of the situation and where we're at in the game and not trying to rush a shot there.
Segrove's off the mark. Vanderhart, the board, has it poked away, and he'll keep it. Good play tonight from Vanderhart. A lot of minutes, just his first points of the game, but we've seen the coaching staff trust him quite a bit down the stretch with Neves and Wade on the bench, and he's looked pretty good, especially the defensive end of the floor. I think that's the big thing. He's shown a lot of growth throughout the season defensively, which is most important for a player in his role. Doreen trying to poke from Heckman. Regneris for Vanderhart. Cam has it fouled away by Abraham, and that's the end of the night for Gus.
Abraham doesn't love the foul, but he's been forced to really try to play physical on this side of the floor, trying to keep Regneris out of the paint and out of an area where he can just catch and shoot, and I think you're seeing the product of that right there. Is gave him a little bump. He's trying to play on that line, but he's been forced to cross it a few too many times.
So third foul now on the Buccaneers in the quarter, and Abraham done for the evening with just past the halfway mark of the quarter to go. Heckman missing off the hook there, off the little shoulder shimmy. Cotton. Segroves. Doreen, Euro, reverse. Good, nice move right there from Jacob Doreen. Second finish of the half for him.
Yeah, he's been good off the drive tonight for the Bucks, and had Regneris thinking he was going right, but able to go to the left.
Coach Young wants a timeout. Coach Young gets it.
Was founded based on the belief that the interests of our clients must always come first.
We listen and understand your objectives before making a recommendation.
We customize the portfolio of investments to fit your goals.
It is our commitment to provide a strong line of communication.
Our services include family wealth management, saving for retirement, and estate planning and trust services.
Getting started is as easy as picking up the phone. After all, when everything is said and done, isn't it about time?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats? Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back to Grandville. 50-37 Bulldogs with 3:25 to go. Bulldogs will break it from around Coach Young, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer here on MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. Wrapping this one up. 6-5 Bucks and 9-3 Bulldogs as Grandville looks to try to get 2 games above 500 in the OK Red. Immediate pressure right here with Carter Wade back on the floor. Vanderhart has it stolen by Doreen, but he steps out of bounds gathering that basketball. Fortunately for the Bulldogs, as it looks like the Bucks CT are certainly willing to up the pressure on some of the run and gun defensively right here. Regneris for Neves. Neves drives and has it poked along the end line. So 50-37 game, 3:15 to go. I think Coach Emick has decided let's dial up this pressure and see what sort of havoc we can create. It worked for East Kentwood
Yeah,
a couple days ago.
Have to imagine see quite a bit of that the rest of the way, and I think the timeout there from Coach Young and trying to draw up a plan to break it.
Regnerus draws the contact. Slow burn of a game from Cam Regnerus, who despite going to the line is going to get a coaching moment right here with Coach Young. Cam goes to work at the line. As I said, kind of a slow burn. He didn't start the fastest tonight. Kind of that, he's got a little bit of that boa constrictor in him, where throughout the game he just kind of eventually suffocates you both ends of the floor, that he winds up finding something out of it. A couple of Grand Valley coaches actually are here, appears in attendance watching the future Laker this evening, as I think they've gotten a really good look of the kind of terrific player that they are getting next year. I'm very excited to see him go and win some games for my alma mater, who will be going D1 shortly. I'm trying to speak into existence.
Maybe.
They've conquered Ferris State. Doreen up top. Driving here is Cotton. Swung back to Doreen. A deep triple. That's good. Jacob Doreen has really been terrific in this ball game. Gets it back down to 11.
Yeah, 11 now for Doreen, and his first three right there. Deep one. Going to keep the Buccaneers alive.
Wade turns it over. Wildly to Russell. Plummer to run it out to the basket, and Regnerus rejects to save that at the end of the sequence. 2.5 to go.
Plummer trying to use the Euro move, try to get some separation from Regnerus, but he saw it the whole way and blocked that one.
Doreen triggers. Wade tracks down the board through a pair of blue jerseys. Vanderhart. Regnerus, corner. Caden Neves with some space. Can't get it. Board to Regnerus. 2:15 and less. Bucks are trapping. Vanderhart kind of lost his head a little bit on that one. Turns over to Russell. Running out, Brady Cotton. To the corner. Doreen tries another three. Dixon tips it to Chris Russell. Russell to the basket. Able to score around and over top of Carter Wade, and Coach Young not happy, calls a timeout. It's a single-digit game. We're going to step aside, and actually we're going to stay with you through this break. Again, thanks to Farmers Insurance and Centennial Securities, presenting sponsors of MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. Again, been a game of runs. We've seen a couple of times where Grand Haven's been able to close things down. Grandville, of course, the good run to start the fourth quarter, but right here the game's gotten a little bit more havoc. Byron Center. Grand Haven has really nothing to lose. They're playing a little bit of the Byron Center style, I suppose. That's why it comes in. They're starting to blitz a little bit. They force some turnovers, force some mistakes, and that's why the quick whistle and timeout had to be called. Theirs leads back with a 9.
Yeah, I think Coach Young, now once you've got the ball into the half court there, they were able to beat the pressure. He was looking for his guys just to kind of hold on to the basketball, play keep away for a little bit longer, and Vanderhart making that move inside the arc, kind of right into the heart of the defense, allowed them to poke it free and get a turnover, get some points on the other end right away, and a timeout just to settle things down before you get too carried away. Buccaneers got it back down to single digits and are going to look to continue what they've had going now for the last couple to try to get this thing all the way back.
14 points for Cam Regnerus, leading the way offensively for the Bulldogs. Jacob Doreen has a really good 11 to lead the Bucks on that end of things. 1:50 and less to go. Vanderhart for Regnerus. Back to Vanderhart. He's fouled by Russell. That puts the Bulldogs into the bonus, and Vanderhart, who's remained out there, will get to go to the line. So down the stretch in this ball game, he's been trusted as part of this closing unit, extra ball handler out there, and really has looked pretty good in that role as well for the sophomore.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few minutes for a lot of the bench guards, kind of mixing and matching those guys as the game goes along. We've seen quite a bit of Sorokin. Of course, Young's been in there. Postma, 5 points. Vanderhart had a 2, and opportunity for another.
Postma in for DeYoung. Vanderhart able to go 1 of 2. He's got 3 points in the ball game. Jacob Doreen been the man to watch for Grand Haven. He'll drive on Postma. Clutch, can't score. And Wade is run into and fouled with 94 seconds to go, so Carter Wade now will be the one going to the stripe for a couple for the Bulldogs, looking to hang on to a 10-point advantage.
A chance at another double-digit scoring game for Carter Wade if he can make both of these free throws, sitting on 8 points currently.
Wade had not been in double digits his 2 games going to being a starter after having 3 games before that in a row in double-digit figures. So a little bit of a return to that great play that Carter has been able to find lately. And the one thing we are learning about him is, for a freshman, he is the guy that you want to see at the stripe. So Carter able to knock them both down. Double digits again for the freshman. 54-42 ball game. Plummer triggers it. Neves tracks it. Wade all the way to Vanderhart. He'll curl it out. Caden Neves is run into by Plummer, and we'll see some more free throws here with 1:18 to go. And Grandville starting to aim their way towards wrapping this one up. It'll be 10-3. They get double-digit wins on the year, 4-2 in the red. Like we said, these are the kind of games and teams that are quote-unquote in the standings in the middle of the red. I still think we've mostly talked about kind of a 4-ish team, top tier. Where does Grandville on the whole fit into things? This is the kind of win against a Grand Haven team that's given you fits over the years. You've played some great games against them. They certainly are very, very well coached with Coach Immink. It's a tough game to win, and it's a good win at home, appearing to be on the way for the Bulldogs.
Anytime you got a chance to get a win in the red, especially on your home floor, and a matchup where these teams have been very even with each other and have split in the years past. These are the games where you separate yourself a little bit.
Cotton gets fouled by Vanderhart. First foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs. 1:06 in the fourth. And Landon Terry up from the dog bench. Caden Neves, double digits again. This will be a quick timeout here from Coach Young to talk about things as he'll get his secondary unit in. But I want to talk a little bit more about Caden Neves, talk about him to start. But another game in double digits, and again, a guy that throughout the non-conference season was around 9 points per game. He's going to be north of 11 points per game after this. I mean, he has been the last couple weeks probably the most unheralded player that's putting up elite numbers in West Michigan. I mean, obviously a lot of talk to the guys that deserve it, the D1, the D2, top-level players. Craig Huriskin at Grand Rapids, Ottawa Hills as well, some of the scoring he's been doing. But the last couple weeks here in conference play, Caden Neves, we had high hopes for what this kid could be and what we'd heard about he could be. We've seen that the last couple games. It's both ends of the floor. It's scoring off the bounce. It's scoring from 3. He's looking like a dangerous player for sure. He's looking like what we thought he could be.
For sure. I think a guy that the hype is probably going to continue to go up for as his career goes along. Still just a junior, but I think you look at the physical attributes he has, the numbers that he's starting to put up as the schedule's gotten tougher and into conference play. I think definitely a bright future for Neves, and have to love what he's doing for the Bulldogs team currently.
How about mentioning Ottawa Hills? Other game on Michigan Sports Radio, so many of you maybe already over there. Ottawa Hills up 1 on Catholic Central going to the final quarter. That could just completely blow up the OK Gold. I mean, we thought we knew where that was between South and Catholic Central. That would really mess some things up. Vanderhart over for Postma, trapped and extended, loses it. On to Plummer, Euro, reverse, short, put back, Barry, good. Final 40 seconds. Paddled away again. Cotton, no look, Russell, nice feed and nice finish. And the Bucks right back down to 10 here as they're forcing some havoc out of the full court press. Wade loses another one. That's taken by Russell with 25 seconds. He'll jack the triple. And on the floor, a timeout will get awarded to Coach Immink, and the Buccaneers will take it. So 18 seconds to go. It is a 10-point game as the Buccaneers are able to force a little bit of havoc right there immediately. I don't know if Grandville is quite ready for it. We saw a little bit of that on Friday night to the chagrin of some in the gym, including the Bulldogs head man, and a little bit of it coming from Grand Haven down the stretch as well right here.
Yeah, I think the Bulldogs were really, they were one trip down the floor. If they had broken the pressure, it probably pulls off and the game is over. The clock runs out, but turnover, well, there was quite a bit of contact not being called, but the turnover going the Buccaneers' way, and give credit to them fighting until the end. They've got a couple of chances, now an opportunity to try to make it a single score or a single-digit game.
Plummer triggers off the mark. Vanderhart the board. He'll get fouled by Strong with 12 seconds to go, down 10. Third on Strong, and that will send Vanderhart to the line. Sheely and Perry up from the Grandville bench. They'll get ready to come in as part of the change to close the ball game for the Bulldogs right here. Heckman takes a seat. Perry will be coming in for the shooter. The two guys, it's kind of tough to tell apart sometimes on video based on the quality of the video. Vanderhart able to hit the second one, and Perry will come in his place. That one swatted away. Plummer drives.
Ball gets out of bounds for 5.9 seconds. He made that. Okay. They didn't put it on the board though.
Plummer just triggers from the corner. Perry will take it. And that'll do it. Grandville goes to 10-3 on the season. Grand Haven falls back to 500. So the official score on the scoreboard is going to stay 56-46. I suppose, I don't know if was there an unwhistled lane violation maybe going back to the last play. We will have to get that figured out. Regardless, it's either a 10 or 11 point win for Grandville. We're going to step aside, be right back with our Centennial Securities postgame show.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Everything will be off camera. Okay. All right, welcome back. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer here, wrapping up our coverage and getting into our Centennial Securities post-game show. CT, I'll hand it over to you. Take us through some scoring from Grandville's win here this evening.
All right, we'll start with the Buccaneers. Their leading scorer, Doreen with 11. Krenstra had 10. Abraham with 7. Strong and Russell each with 4. Plummer and Cotton with 3 points. Barry and Segroves each with 2 points. For the Bulldogs, leading scorer, Cameron Nearest with 14 points. Caden Neves and Carter Wade both with 11. Corbin Hecken with 8 points off the bench. Lawson Postma had 5. Vanderhart with 3. And then DeYoung and Sorokin each with 2.
So unofficially a 10-point win for the Bulldogs. We're still kind of a little bit unsure on that foul. I saw there's some discussion at the table at the end of the game. But regardless, a 10 or 11-point win for the Bulldogs. Let's take a look at some highlights from the second half, and we start with Caden Strong, who had a really nice finish to open up, or kind of more close, I guess, the third quarter for Grand Haven as part of one of their little runs they went on. Hit a 3 back in the first half. He'll curl it. Vanderhart, the Dogs sophomore, watches. Kerenstra with 9 in the ball game. Leads Grand Haven in scoring. At the line, Strong fakes and scores. Really nice. Corbin Heckman, big highlights really throughout the second half. He played really, really well for Grandville. Here's a nice find first to him, then a good finish through the contact for the and one from Heckman.
He was just not even going to go up with it. Ended up getting a wide open look, even though there was a body down there.
Heckman out of the corner, driving past Kerenstra to the basket, and one through the contact from Abraham. We'll transition from that right into our awards, and we start with our Farmers Insurance Play of the Game. A lot to choose from, but how about we go to the last play that we recorded in terms of highlights from this game? Corbin Heckman had a really, really nice spin into the two. He had a couple good finishes down the stretch, but this one, I think, stood out from the second half from Heckman for our Farmers Insurance Play of the Game. Offensively, he and Sorokin get tied up, and Postma will take it out of there, pushing for Regneris. Heckman spinning. What a move and what a score. It was broken. All right, CT, let's wrap it up from there. A couple more awards. Centennial Securities winning game plan. A lot of ways to go, I think, with this, and I think it was a little bit of a game of some trust in his bench and in his depth from Coach Young in the second half, as there was a little bit of potential mounting foul trouble, not a ton. He was willing to go to the likes of Vanderhart and Postma and so forth and let them kind of control things offensively down the stretch, and wound up being the difference. There was the trust from Coach Young, the coaching on them, it all worked out.
Yeah, I think so. I think you look at some of the bench scoring numbers that we just listed off, and you see some strong play from Sorokin, as well as Postma, Vanderhart, and Heckman combining off the bench for double-digit points, and the way that they were able to rotate those guys in from the start, get the starting unit some breathers, and then really not lose much with those guys out there, ended up being the difference.
All right, let's wrap it up with our Rainbow Grill and Grandville Player of the Game. He had 14. He led the team in scoring, and he led the team in a lot of other things as well. It might be close to a double-double when you count in blocks. Huge night for Cam Regneris again.
Yeah, another really strong game from Regneris. Had 4 points at halftime. The defense and the blocks were there the entire game, and then the scoring picked up in the second half. He had 10 of his points taken over there, and in a game where he had the size advantage down low, able to get it to him enough times where he had a really impressive game offensively. And much like the game against Caledonia, you're kind of seeing the way that he can play a complete game for the Bulldogs and help them to victory.
All right, split of the evening. Grand Haven girls win big. Granville boys pick up a double-digit win as the Bulldog guys now 10-3 on the year. They go to 4-2 in the OK Red. Grand Haven now an even 6-6 on the season. They go to 2-3. Then the always tough OK Red. That's it for the week for us. Grandville back in action on Michigan Sports Radio. Ron Cox and company will have the call from Hudsonville for the doubleheader rivalry on Friday in that border war. No MGN broadcast. I'm actually out of town, so it worked out perfectly that Ron's able to take that one. So no MGN broadcast to close the week. We thank you for tuning in. We'll be back with you. My guess is the plan is we'll see you Tuesday from Grand Rapids Christian for radio coverage as Grandville has to take on maybe the best team in the area, and Coach Young's former team is able to make a statement. And a couple other big games, Grandville Jenison, the 2K24 Showcase, some hockey, some different things. Make sure you stay tuned to @MI Game Night on social media to find out exactly where we're going to be. That'll do it for the week. Split of the evening, Grand Haven girls win, Grandville boys win. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dreyer. We will see you all next time. Thanks for tuning in to MGN on Michigan Sports Radio.